Hello again, Struck. Welcome back to another evening of streaming Torchlight 3 with me, Struck. Yes, today I will be doing, well, whatever I was doing yesterday, a little bit of Fazir, maybe a little bit of Alpaca slaying, and hopefully I can gear this little snowman on time. Hopefully, even if I don't gear him up tomorrow, the build is coming. I can't wait anymore. It's day 7 of playing this hero. If I get some of the items I need for my legendary woman to equip, sure. If I don't, well, I'm gonna have to make a half-assed build. But skills-wise, he's ready, and he has been ready for a long time. We just need RNGesus and Woodsifer to bless us. Just give me a moment, checking if the sound... Yeah, the sound should be fine. Okay, let's check if the stream is running properly. Alright. Time for the Fazir. First, let's sell some gear and maybe put some gear in the storage, because we are getting full. And that's actually pretty interesting. I'm still gonna probably dismantle this. Oh yeah. What do I need to find room for? Skittering hatch, skittering chest plate. I mean, those could go in the big storage upstairs, but I could keep them here maybe for now. This one is probably also for the big storage. So we're looking for offhand SWATs. Offhand SWAT 1. Oh, it's a two-handed weapon here, that's why no offhand SWAT. Okay, then I can put the hatch and the chest over here, and let's find a place for a gun. The gun. Man, are all the gun places taken? There we go. Spot for the gun. This gun can be very good gun. I can add like another 2000 damage, and then I can wife bind it and get another 2000 damage, so this can go up to 14,000 damage. As an item with 14.5% stats increase, can go between 13 and 14 when wife bound. If this one was 118% stats, this could have gone to like 17, 19,000, maybe even 20. Okay, shotgun blast. Am I making a shotgun blast setup somewhere? This is vortex bomb. This one can be the shotgun blast. Eventually later I will have one wardrobe for every type of skill. So one for siphon, one for fracking, one for shotgun, one for vortex, and so on. That's the plan eventually. Actually, let's keep this with me. Where can I put some things? Locomotion. I can put this swag shot here. I'm gonna arrange them some other time. I'm not gonna waste my time arranging on stream, but this should be fine, I think. Maybe there's room for one-handed item here, so let's put this one. And let's put maybe this one here, and I think we're good with the arrangements. I'm not liking the stats on this one. Let's go a bit below and look for Gearwalkie maps. Gearwalkie maps. I'm getting Infamous, which is not bad, if only Gearwalkie Cursed Relic. That's our map. The Gearwalkie Cursed Relic map. So today, as you can see, I'm starting my stream at walkout time 2 p.m. roughly. A little after 2 p.m. Is when I started. So we will have a longer stream, probably an 8-hour stream today. Until like 10:30 p.m. So yeah, it will be a long stream, hopefully productive farm-wise. There we go. What's my quest? Q Hiveit. I love when I get a Q Hiveit as a quest. I don't have to go for a specific part of the map, I can just queue randomly enemies until I reach the quota. Let's go back this way. Boom. Okay, what about this one? Yeah, let's keep moving this way. How many more Hiveit? I'm at 95%. Alright, so just a few more. One more group of Hiveit and then we should be able to go to the boss. Who's the boss? Acid Breath. Okay. That's one of the easier to deal with bosses. I can probably face tank this dude. Plague Bearer is the one annoying thing he's got. The rest is easy. Okay, release. And junk yeah, maybe it's all junk. This one's junk as well. Okay, let's try and find another gear vacuum up.
Your pet has returned. Well chosen.
Siege gear. Okay, let's just quickly check for other. That's not siege.
That makes me strangely.
And let's do the siege.
You can't cast that.
There we go. Wow, the map is glitched. Okay. How am I doing with the drops? 3 out of 6 already. Drops are good for the quest here. And quest finished. Should I stay in this map a little longer and farm, or should I go straight for the boss fight? Maybe doing more bosses per hour would be quicker, because they still have a higher chance of getting good stuff to drop. And more chests per hour as well. I heard some glitches with the sound. It's as if the sound was stuttering a bit, the effects. Right, what have we here? Junk. Zero gear, mostly junk. Let's keep going.
Greetings, insignificant one.
Your pet is back.
Should I do this one? Let's do one push, then go back to the wall levels. Ancient Spire, okay, at least it gave me not so bad of a map. Yeah, this weapon is already showing up how bad it is for this stage. But it's an 8000 something attack weapon, which obviously is not gonna take you that far with the current HP of the enemies. It can still do the content, but the attack is just not enough. Oh, not 8 point something, 7 point something attack. My bad. Okay, there we go. They've got 185% HP already here at level 52. Now Johnson says, is two-hand at all viable on endgame forged builds? It could be viable on any type of build, but it's just not gonna be as good as one-handed focus or one-handed shield. But it is viable, it's just not as good as the other one. So if you're going for meta, you could stay away from two-handed, but now if you don't care about meta and if you just wanna kill stuff with a big sword or a rifle, then sure, you can go two-handed. It's not like it won't be able to do the content. Especially on Forged. On Forged you can afford to lose some survivability, because you have some survivability from your own skills, like Vortex Bomb and Power Projection. So maybe losing the shield or a focus item to get a two-hander, it's not that bad. But you're still gonna be better off either using a shield or a focus item. The focus item can also give you flat damage and make it just as good as a two-hander. The two-hander gives you crit chance, which is the bonus side of things. That means you don't have to get crit chance from the skills. Let's say you use a two-hander, that's 10 crit chance, then you use the Mountain King gauntlets, that's another 20. Then on the helmet and on the legs, I mean the wheel, you get another 2 times 5, and that's 40%, and you're already capped. So that's the good side of things. That way you don't have to get any more crit chance from the aura. You don't have to get the Woods Beast boots, which also can give you crit chance. But on a focus you can get more damage, I think, than on a two-hander. if you combine it with the one-hander, obviously. I still think the two-hander has its own purpose. The shield gives you not just defense, it gives you block chance. And the additional defense and the block chance can be very strong at the high levels when you get a shield. See, this shield is only 12.5% item stats, and it gives me slow and HP. Instead of slow and HP, I could have gotten some defense there, and it would have really helped. Eventually, with the current power creep, you don't really need the defense, because you can get a ton of defense from your armor. But I'm thinking realistically, I don't think this power creep would remain the way it is, if it even remains at all in the game. So I'd rather not rely on overpowered things in the game, because overpowered things get nerfed or changed. That's how it is in games. But yeah, if you have a lot of armor, a lot of defense from items, like chest, leg, etc. from your armor, then you definitely don't need the shield then. The block chance really does help though. Even though 40% is the cap for block chance, having 40% block chance does help a lot. Especially if you combine it with 40% evasion and maybe some damage ignoring. The Winter Weave gauntlets are amazing when you stack them up with some high block chance and high evasion. Alright, where's my portal? Oh, 97%. Soon. Do I have this one? I'm not sure, so let's put it in the storage. Okay, let's see here. Not getting much stuff. Should I start collecting some contract rewards? Maybe it's time. Maybe it's time to collect some contract rewards.
Your pet has returned.
Let's collect a few more. Few more collections. I'm gonna end up being fooded with uncollected contract rewards if I don't collect them every now and then. Let's collect another, maybe another 10 levels. I wish they would just stack those gear bundles. I don't see a single reason why those gear bundles shouldn't stack. And why those essence bundles and why the resource bundles wouldn't stack. And why the fort decorations wouldn't stack. It makes no sense. Every single thing we get from the contracts as a consumable, that's not a fort decoration. That's a one-time use. Every single thing should stack. See, they stack them over here in the screen. When you get a green bundle, over here it says 3, but then you put all 3 of them in a separate slot. That's unnecessarily turning the game into pointless mobile clicker, where you're clicking more than killing monsters, clicking around the hut more than you do killing monsters. It's taking unnecessarily long to collect, clear out, collect, clear out, collect, clear out. I've said this before, but I still think the exact same thing. This actually even have a ticket on note about this, about how every single consumable we get from the contracts should stack. We used to have those stack. Those green bundles used to be blue bundles. And we used to get them 3 at the same slot. Obviously we couldn't stack them to 2030, which is what I would like to see. I would like to see us being able to stack up to like 2030, maybe even more of each of those things. So we can just click, collecting the contract rewards without needing to pause every few contract levels. Okay, I'm gonna collect 3 more. Okay, not gonna collect any more. Let's go do after this bundle.
Your pet has arrived.
Enough of this for now. So yeah, this level 51, 52 took a bit too much to do. I can obviously get my 15,000 damage weapon and do some pushing, but I don't play this this to push. I play this to farm items. So the faster I clear, the better it is for me.
Sweet. I just finished tightening up the graphics on that level.
And the lower levels are pretty easy to clear quickly. Dividing Gearwalkie. Okay, this is what I like to see. Dividing Gearwalkie goblins. The only thing that could make this better, would be if there was uniques. Dividing Gearwalkie uniques is your best map right now. Obviously, you can't get this map until the high levels. Until the high levels where you get uniques as a built-in map affix. Smuso, SMU Smuso. Smuso asked me to give Sky a petting. Let's give Sky a petting. Okay, petted him. He didn't even turn his head towards my way. He has his back towards me and he's sleeping there. So he must have enjoyed it if he didn't mind it. Let's do a little bit of just spinning. We're going to spin Quas. Let's do a bit of spinception. Raging Beater. And welcome SMUS so. I'm not sure how to pronounce this, so I'm gonna I'm probably gonna pronounce it differently every time I say it because I'm not sure if it's one word or if there's some abbreviations in it or something like that. But yeah, welcome to the channel, nice having you here, and thanks for using the creator points. Twitch has something new about creator points. Twitch has an option now where you can use those creator points to promote my channel to the recommended channels, to the recommended streams on the Twitch homepage. Every now and then it would start a booster campaign. It's not always, but sometimes while I'm streaming you would see a booster campaign. And then if people use enough creator points, then the channel gets boosted. And a bunch of people would see my channel on their recommended page. Obviously, that doesn't happen every time, and it's currently in a beta phase, in beta testing phase. I've seen it happen a few times, but we've never gotten the necessary creator points used up. Once I start using my camera, I would be offering more things for people to do with the creator points, such as making me do certain things on camera. No dubbing, obviously, but but other things I would be open to suggestions. But for now, I'm probably gonna wait for the holidays to be over and then order my screen, my green screen. Pick nose. Well, pick nose. I mean, okay. If I do something like that, it's gonna have to be a lot of points, and then I would have to keep napkins nearby and some disinfectant tube. Maybe I can pick it if I put a napkin around my finger. Let's say I coat my finger around some toilet paper or something soft tissue, then I wouldn't mind doing the picking. 1 million points. Let's see. Ring of Spite. Seems pretty decent. Oh, we can go for the boss fight. But yeah, I think whenever we get that thing to promote the channel, what's needed is 14,000 creator points used up. Obviously, that's only when it appears. Only when it appears, not when it's not here. And right now it's not here, from what I can see. I'm gonna think about things though. I'm gonna think hard when I have a camera what things would be appropriate. And for what amount of creator points. I can use my camera even now, but I don't have good lighting. And I don't have a green screen, and I hate the walls in my room. They're super pink. That annoying pink color that hurts your eyes. The fuchsia or whatever it's called. And I have to repaint the walls. But paint's not cheap, so maybe some other time. Reaping Reaper says, yeah, fucking Barbie pink, because this used to be a female room. It used to be a female room before I took it over. But yeah, welcome Reaping Reaper. Welcome to you.
Your pet has arrived.
Let's get rid of this. Also, I gotta get rid of this too. Maybe this as well. So this one is 10,000 with 5 and 4, and this one is 10,000 with a socket and 13 fire. It's not bad, but yeah, boom, off it goes. Off it goes. Am I ready for Christmas? What do you mean ready for Christmas? How does one get ready for Christmas? I'm not sure what's there to get ready about. You mean, is my stomach ready for all the food? Because my stomach sure is ready for all the Christmas food. I'm the type of person that even when my stomach is full, I'm still hungry. I'm constantly hungry. Even when my stomach is full and I can't eat anymore, I still wanna eat more. I'm probably a perfect case of a glutton. If gluttony existed as a person, that would be me. The other day I ate so much I couldn't move because my sister-in-law had a birthday and we were having lunch here at the house, and I ate so much I couldn't fit my dessert, and I still felt hungry, and I had to wait for my stream to be over afterwards to finish my dessert. Christmas presents all bought, Christmas food all prepared, and all beers, wines, and spirits are ready. I'm not in charge about this. I'm not in charge about this, and my Christmas present is already attached to my computer because I got some funds to get PC parts as a Christmas present. As for buying, unfortunately right now I can't afford to buy Christmas presents. I mean, I can probably buy some small ones. But I do have Christmas presents for my stream. I've got three Torchlight 3 keys. And I will be giving away those keys on the 23rd, on the 24th, 25th, and 26th. So Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and Boxing Day. On those 3 days, I would be giving a key each day, which Extra Games has provided me with. Thanks to them, we would make some people happy. And it would be open to people from both Twitch and YouTube. I like how Extra Games works closely even with small streamers like me, and gives us things such as keys to promote the game. And I really like how they pay attention even to small channels like mine, and like I do damage, and there's that other person, I forgot his name, and that was also something gaming. I like how they're working close with small streamers like us, and giving us keys to give away, and they care about people who care about the community. They don't care just about the huge streamers out there in the genre. And that's nice. It's good to have developers care about the small streamers. I'm very thankful for all the keys they've given me for giveaways so far. And for the key they gave me when the game launched on Steam as early access. Back at the time I couldn't buy it myself, and I was very surprised to hear that they would be giving us keys, which was pretty nice. For our participation in that closed focus group. There was a closed focus group which still exists, where they give us access to some information before an update lands. Such as, for example, they previewed the Fazir dungeon to us, they previewed this update, the Snow and Steam update to us, they previewed the class changes, the subclass changes before they added them to the game. And they ask us for feedback, and for my participation for this is how I got my copy of Torchlight 3 back when it started early access on Steam. There we go. It's gonna be like always around New Year's Eve in my country. It's like a war zone. Not sure if that's everywhere, but in my country, there's so much people using fireworks and bombs. Not real bombs, the small ones, the ones that you light up and throw. And it is like a war zone. Around New Year's here. When we had a dog, the dog would get super angry from all the noise. But he was kind of a stupid dog. Well, he was intelligent but stupid, because he got spoiled. And the weirdest part was he got very. He started barking every time there was a thunderstorm. When there was thunders, and he would constantly bark and wonder what's happening. And he was doing the same with the fireworks. Whereas my cat, he doesn't bat an eye. Yeah, he would just probably look around, see what's happening, what's that noise. But the cat gets accustomed to the fireworks and stuff pretty quickly. Unlike the doggo. But yeah, dogs can be weird. The fun kind of weird. Although it's very important for a dog to not spoil it while it's little. Discipline is super important for a dog, just like a person in the first. Well, for a human it's the first few years, but for a dog it's the first few months, the first year maybe, to make sure the dog doesn't get spoiled and listens properly and has some discipline. Not getting any amazing stuff, but at least every now and then it's dropping. What I do like is about Google. Google on Christmas pays early. Normally, for AdSense, you have to wait until the middle of the month for them to send you, for them to transfer the funds from the previous month. And then you have to wait almost until the end of the month, like the 29th or so, for them to actually send you the payment from AdSense into your bank account. But around Christmas, they send it early. And I got mine from YouTube yesterday or today, which is nice. They try to get it sent before Christmas on December, which is pretty nice. It is pretty nice that they do it this way. But not sure if some of you got the news. Nvidia's new video cards, the 3080 titanium and some other titaniums, maybe like 3070 titanium, etc. Those have been postponed. For end of February. And I'm wondering when they release them, if I wait like until April, May, what the prices would be back then, if there's gonna be some scalping, if there's gonna be some stock around that time. Because if it launches around February, and Angered Ancestors don't want it, and I wait until April or May, would there be enough stock? Oh, Unique's Monster Queue. Let's do this one. It's not gonna be a Gearwalky map, but at least the Monster Queue would help push this map quicker. Monster Queue is amazing if you don't care about Gearwalk, although I do care about it right now because I'm farming. But yeah, Monster Queue boosts your damage by a big number, by 40%. Let's keep the kill streak going. Yeah, I'm loving Monster Kill. It's such good damage. Even if I lose the kill streak, I can get that damage pretty quickly back up. Come on, come on. Pretty quick to kill. And we're full already. Time to get rid of some drops. I can send the pet away for a moment. Oh, shrine, nice. Get that AoE going. What's my quest here? Firing pins. I just need one more. Alright, quest done. Let's go in. Come on, give me a good drop. I know you wanna. It doesn't wanna. I'm thinking of probably going for the Gambler and trying to get some Mountain King helmets or something. And if I'm not mistaken, we should be able to get Winter Weave from the Gambler as well if we are lucky. But trying to get a legendary from the Gambler, it's just not. It's not a reliable source of legendary items, the Gambler. For blue items it's pretty reliable and you can get some very nice blue stuff from there. But the moment you start relying on the Gambler to get legendaries, you're gonna have a bad time. How's my gold coins? 24k. Let's go. Let's give it a try. Maybe we can get a Mountain King piece. This is another thing that the Fazir's dungeon kind of makes useless. Items from the Gambler. Apart from getting a legendary to unlock a legendary SWAT, to unlock the power for the legendary SWATs, Gamble gear is gonna be always super inferior compared to Fazir gear. But it's good as a starting point. If only we could get more legendaries here. Because the chances to get a legendary are super bad right now with the Gambler. You can end up spending 100-200,000 just buying the same item type and still not get one. Come on. Oh, enough. We don't have more. There goes 20 few thousand, 23,000 down the drain. I still can't get that stupid Mountain King helmet.
You say that now. Sweet. I just finished tightening up the graphics on that level.
Okay, in this.
What could go wrong? That doesn't sound so tough. But can you do it with one arm tied behind your back? If you think you can take it.
He does keep his eye blinked for a very long time. Keep moving. I love this map. I love getting the Yakrit Plains design and that they added it. This open air Hyvit map. It feels good to do maps on this one. Not sure why I'm picking those recipes, but okay. It's still an essence, so maybe it's not so bad to pick up the legendary ones. Let's go this way. Right, here we go. Okay, there we go. This way. How many more Hyvit? Few more. Can I make a big, huge group of them here? like a quester, the Hivit quester. The Hivit quester for the Hivit buster. Alright, quest done. We need a new cannon named the Hivit Buster that shoots out little Hivit Warvi that explode on impact, like the Half-Life bug launcher, but with exploding bugs instead of them attaching to people's faces. Hivit Buster that modifies Swag Shot to shoot out exploding Hivit Warvi that explode on impact, but the projectile keeps piercing maybe, or maybe remove the piercing and just make a huge AoE explosion on the first impact. That's the type of weird weapons I'd like to see in a game. That completely modify how a skill looks when you use it in the weird, good way. Or it could be for rapid strike, rapid fire. I mean, it could be for rapid fire. Modifies rapid fire to shoot exploding Warvi, but makes it shoot slower. So you're gonna be firing less shots per second, but all of those would explode on impact. That would be pretty fun. The Hivit Buster. Damage enhanced gear wiki. Okay, let's do this. Crow of the Lost. I wonder how many adventurers got lost here for it to get named like this. It's probably Hicks's spot, since Hicks constantly gets captured and lost, and maybe that's his favorite place. I'm gonna group them up like this. This one doesn't want to move. Let's just kill it then. Thomas is back. Hello, Struck. How's it going? Just came to say hi and gonna continue playing Cyberpunk. Nice. How's Cyberpunk with the latest hotfix? I haven't walked since the 1.05 hotfix. I did read the patch notes, but the quest I wanted fixed still hasn't been fixed. There is one quest I just can't complete. and I'm not the only one. I looked into the forums, and it's probably the only quest that's keeping me from completing everything to 100%. That one stupid quest with a building that you're supposed to go inside the building to save some people, to save one person, but you can't go into the building on my playthrough. The snowman looks so goofy and fun. It's definitely fun. The Forged is a snowman. It has always been a snowman. It's just now showing its true colors. Can't wait to get this game and play Railmaster. Well, Jeremy Mausen, Jeremy, I will be doing a giveaway. In fact, not just one, 3 giveaways. So 3 separate keys in 3 days. The 24th, the 25th and the 26th of December I will be playing this game, and each day I will be giving 1 key to my Twitch or YouTube viewers. So whether you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, you would still be able to join the giveaways. I would be making them on Gleam, because with Gleam it gives me a chance to open it for people from both platforms. You wouldn't need to subscribe or anything like that. I think it just needs the basic things are, I think, a follow on Twitch and to visit my YouTube. That's the easiest thing I can make on Gleam. So thank you very much for the follow, Nifant, and yeah, Jeremy, maybe you would get lucky. 3 of you people out there would get lucky, 1 each day. So if some of you can't buy the game right now and are looking for a chance to win a copy, I will be doing that 3 times. Thanks to Extra Games for providing me with 3 keys. Yeah, Nifant, really appreciate the follow. Welcome to the Struck Club. What's my favorite class? I can't say I have a favorite class or a favorite subclass, but I really love Electrode as a subclass a lot, and proc monster builds. Every class can be fun, and I've tried all class subclass combos. I've tried all 20 possible combinations, and I've made builds for all 20 possible combinations out there, and I've enjoyed most of them as much as I enjoy the others. Some of them I didn't enjoy as much. For example, before they reworked the Forged, it wasn't that fun to play it as it is now. Now that it got reworked, it's much more fun to play it. I still don't enjoy playing Cold Heart as much as I feel I should. I feel Cold Heart needs to be better. I mean, as I said the other day, the developers confirmed that the Cold Heart is just as played as the other relics, but they don't know if people enjoy playing it. Yeah, people are playing Cold Heart as much as the other relics, but are those people playing the Cold Heart enjoying it as much as the other relics? This is what's important. It's not important whether people play a certain subclass, but whether people enjoy playing that certain subclass. And they can't know until they read feedback and until they ask people. And not everyone would give you feedback. Some people just play and don't bother with reporting and giving feedback. So that's kind of something that I don't think they should be handling in this way. I don't think statistics should be trusted for everything when it comes to decisions regarding buffing, nerfing, etc. Because people might like playing might play the Cold Heart because they like ice and they just want an ice setup. Not because they think it's strong. Because believe me, it's not as strong as the other relics. There was something broken and super OP with it, with Ice Shield being able to point blank melt bosses. Now that has been nerfed and fixed. so people would see even less of a reason to do Cold Heart. And Cold Heart tier 3 of the Snowstorm skill. Snowstorm tier 3, they should have completely changed it. It's pretty shitty if they give us such a skill that only caps our crit chance at 40%. I'd much rather have something else, maybe applying vulnerability to the enemies while they're frozen, or something like that. I would take frozen enemies take 10, 15, 20% extra damage instead of frozen enemies you get 40% crit chance against them. Much better if they give you a direct damage increase instead of 40% crit chance against frozen, because you can get 40% crit chance on Forge super easy. See, 10% crit chance can be obtained from the Wood Beast helmet combined with Mountain King wheel, each of them giving you 5% if you get good rolls. Then take the Mountain King gauntlets, that's another 20% with the set bonus, and that's 30. So you can get another 10% either from the pet aura, or from the Mountain King boots, or from a weapon that gives you crit chance, or a cannon that gives you crit chance. So this is pretty much one of the most useless tier 3 skills in the game right now, on the Snowstorm tier 3. But it allows you to not get crit chance in the gears and to not use the Mountain King gauntlets, and just rely on freezing enemies. And since you can't freeze bosses, it's pretty much useless against bosses. So yeah, I'd much rather see increased damage versus frozen enemies, or just increased damage, or something else, anything else. Eriko Car 97, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Club. Jeremy says, but I gotta get the game first. Whoa. Yeah, good point. I get what you're saying. I think I'm gonna do Bane Railmaster. Bane Railmaster is super strong. It's super strong. And Sasha B says, what is actually the strongest sharpshooter build? Well, I can't say about the strongest, but I can tell you Flaming Destroyer and Electrode builds are very good. I really love targeted strikes with Electrode, because it really helps proccing lightning strikes a lot. I also really like Explosive Arrow with the Flaming Destroyer. It's an interesting, nice synergy out there. So those are some things I like on the sharpshooter. I also really loved drain-based builds on the Blood Drinker, but you're not gonna get as much damage on the Blood Drinker as you can get on the other relics. And this one's also fun. This one, Blood Seekers on sharpshooter, is also very fun to play. But I wouldn't say it's meta. It's just fun. A lot of people do Summoner Sharpshooter, but keep in mind summons would not be your main source of damage. Summoner Electrode Sharpshooter can be very strong. The more summons you have, the more procs of Lightning Strike. And I have one such build, which is much better now that they've added Sword of the Lost Legion. So Sword of the Lost Legion is this weapon. This weapon, you can put it in the Legendarium, and get a skill that summons every 60 seconds. You can summon 10 skeletons to fight for 20 seconds. And if they fix it so that this 25 and another 25 cooldown reduction from the Frost Wall plus another item, for example like the North Mace, if they fix it so that 50% cooldown reduction works on it, that would mean every 30 seconds you can have 10 skeletons for 20 seconds. So 66% of the time you would have 10 extra skeletons. 3 of those skeletons are ranged. Combine those 3 ranged skeletons with the ranged goblins, and maybe get Bonewalker Bone Razor if you can. I don't think you can get Frostwoe and Bonewalker Bone Razor at the same time. because you have to wear the Frost Woe and you have to wear the Bomb Walker, so you have to sacrifice one of them. But yeah, combine that with some other bunch of summons, for example, the archers from the gauntlets, and maybe summons from a shoulder or something like that. And then you can have a lot of summons, and each summon can trigger a lightning strike on the electrode. So you're not gonna get damage from the summons, but you're gonna get procs, which equals damage. So more summons would still equal more damage. But the developers have said in one of the Mayhem Mondays that summons like Goblin Legion are supposed to be meat shields. They're not designed to do damage. They're designed to be meat shields. And going for summons on the Bane as a sharpshooter is not gonna be amazing unless you are able to get all summons to focus the same target. And right now it's very hard to get every single summon to attack the same target. You have to get lucky for a boss to be solo with no ads, and then to summon everything right next to the boss so they can start attacking the same boss, and then you would see the boss HP melting. So summoner builds can be strong if only we had a dedicated hotkey that's not on our skill bar, a separate hotkey to tell our pets and summons to attack that one target or to move to that one location. I think this quality of life is one of the things on my wish list for 2021 for Torchlight 3. A dedicated hotkey for pet movement / attack button, and not just for pets but for pets and minions. So maybe they can call it ally movement attack or something, whatever they want to call it. We just need it. Oh, shifting shackles. I can't use my my cyclone mode. Just a moment. And Sasha B says, are your electrode builds still playable or totally outdated? You have some... they are not totally outdated in regards that you just need a few changes every now and then. For example, I would not suggest going tier 3 1000 volt burst. And what's outdated in those builds is that those builds don't mention the new items in the game. So you have new items, new sets that provide you with some more versatilities, with some more ways to build. But if you make the builds the way they are, the only thing I would suggest is don't get tier 3000 volt burst. Either get tier 2 or tier 1000 volt burst. And get tier 3 reload. Tier 3 reload really helps you now because they fixed it. Reload was broken. Reload was broken in a way where you can't use you can't use it to reset the cooldown of certain skills. I'm gonna quickly open my browser and show you what I'm talking about. Browser, Firefox, there we go. So, for example, this skill you couldn't reset the cooldown of this skill with reload. But if you have this skill and the infectious shooter, which is the best one of the best combos for an electrode build, because this shoots 3 bows on tier 3, and all 3 bows are shooting poison projectiles in each direction, and each of those bows and each of those projectiles can trigger lightning strike. So basically you can cast this, use reload, cast it again, use reload, cast it a 3rd time in a very quick succession. And that's what's fixed now. Before, reload wouldn't reset the cooldown of this. It couldn't reset the cooldown of this. It would only reset the cooldown of this and this, I think. I think it didn't work for those 4 skills. So yeah, don't take 1000 volt burst tier 3 because it's now much much weaker. 1000 volt burst tier 3. Tier 2 is still okay and tier 1 is still fine. But the tier 3, I would put those 4 points into this one to get tier 3 here. This one put at least 1 point. This one, if you don't have chance to shock, you must put 5 points here. This one is still strong. This one is still strong. This one I still don't recommend unless you're going for like a casting speed build. Casting speed would help you shoot targeted strikes quicker. It would help you shoot this quicker, but still, I would say go targeted strikes, get Scout's Bones, get the infectious shooter, which is in this one. You need this one there. Shasta tier 2 always good. And yeah, there's some new items which just I didn't mention those new items in my old builds because they didn't exist then. The Ancient Ember set and the Winter Weave, they're not here and they're not even in this calculator. But yeah, most builds, even if you do them the way they were done before, they're not gonna be weak. They're just some options out there for different ways to make them. And another thing I don't mention in my old builds is you can get flat damage on legendary items. Look at this Stormblade with ice damage. If you're lucky, you can get ice, poison, physical, etc., fire. All those damages can now roll on legendary weapons. They can roll on legendary chest and on legendary locomotion on or leg armor, which before in my videos I would say they only drop on blue items. Now they can roll on legendary as well. So that's another thing. Now you no longer need to be using a blue item. If you get lucky with a legendary with good rolls and sockets, you can get just as strong with that one. The thing is, it's very hard to get a good rolled legendary with a socket, with all those flat damages and things like that. But legendary items have 20% better stats than blue. So legendary items are equal to a wife-bound blue item right now. Of course, it's much harder to get a good legendary than a good blue item. So there's that to keep in mind. Slice, I'm not sure how to pronounce this, but Swy Ace, Shy Hero says he plays Dusk Mage. Is there any chance of getting item with grants spellcasting speed? No. There is one unique item, one legendary item that gives you casting speed, and it's this one. Just a moment. So casting speed only from the Electrode and from the Liu General. The Liu General can give you, if you have the set bonus, 25 casting speed, 25 damage and 25 damage reduction for 8 seconds whenever your relic energy reaches maximum. So basically when this thing, the blue bar reaches here the maximum, you get 25% casting speed. And if you use 1000 volt burst, which is the ultimate of the Electrode relic, you can get another 50%. And if you use what's its name, Conjure Electrode, you can get another 25%. So in theory you can get 100% casting speed. Keep in mind, with a lot of casting speed you would need a lot of mana regeneration. They removed some things like mana cost reduction affixes. I think it's intentional, but they removed things like reduced mana cost for Absolver, reduced mana cost for Entropy, things like those. You no longer have such affixes. But at least they made Entropy tier 3 to no longer drain your mana quicker. So there's that to consider. You can still spam Entropy a little bit more now. You're gonna give my Stormcaller Summoner a try. Yeah, keep in mind, you just need to keep in mind the new items, Sasha. as I said, there's this Sword of the Lost Legion to keep in mind, and some other new items that have been added. And enjoy it. The Stormcover Summoner is super fun. It's super fun in general. Electrode Sharpshooter builds, I really love those. I really love those. With the Infectious Shooter, with the Rifle of Leadership, maybe with the Sword of the Lost Legion. Sword of the Lost Legion requires you to put it on the skill bar. So there's that to keep in mind as well. You might have to remove something. Some people remove Sacrifice to Goose. Some people think that Sacrifice to Goose has a very long animation. And they're losing DPS while using it, even though it boosts the DPS afterwards for a few seconds. What do you think of Realmaster? Realmaster is super strong with trains. Slammer Realmaster not as strong as Flamethrower Car, but still super fun, and I love it. I don't like playing trains, I like playing Slammer. Even though train is definitely more efficient. Definitely trains are the meta. Flamethrower Car to be exact. Flamethrower Car on Flaming Destroyer. Flamethrower Car on Bane, very strong. Something to keep in mind about trains is the train counts as a minion. So Miasma, that gives you minion damage, and Puppet Master, that gives you minion damage, basically boosts Flamethrower Car. If you combine this with percent damage to Flamethrower Car on your chest, leg and shoulders, with the 100% damage from Miasma and the 25 from Puppet Master, you can have some very strong builds with the Doom Pipe on a Realmaster Bane. So yeah, it's definitely strong and good. Let's see if I've missed some chat. Nifan says, do you have poison build for Sharpshooter? Oh yes, I do have, but it's not damage over time poison builds, it's just Bane builds. If you want Sharpshooter Bane build, I can quickly show you something. I can quickly show you something on my screen as a setup, what to go for. Just a moment, let me share my screen, let me quick Bane here. So, if you want a build where you're gonna be using damage over time, stacking poison, then you obviously want Spread of Death, and you're probably gonna be going for Venomous Mode to poison the enemies, and maybe you can do this one with at least 1 point, maybe this one. You're probably gonna get this one to level 8 plus 2, probably this one to level 4 plus 2 for the cooldown, this one to level 4 plus 2, this one to at least level 1 plus 2. Then I'm probably gonna suggest Targeted Strike so you can apply the poison quicker, and I'm gonna suggest this one here, and then Relic Energy Charge Rate maybe from this. Relic skills damage from this. Maybe if you want more survivability, you can get Curse of PP. You've got 8 points, so either get 8 points Curse of PP, or get 4 points here to have a chance to heal, and maybe have a chance to stun from this one. Or maybe even get goblins if you like them. I wouldn't, but if you want meat shield, you can get it. So those last 8 points are optional. You can even get this one. Now you can get this one to level 10, but you can't get it to level 10. You would need to find 2 extra points from an item, from a helmet to one of the other skills. So you can remove 2 points and then get Poison Nova. Poison Nova would give you good survivability. But yeah, those other points are optional. So you would be spamming Venomous Mode to apply poison. You would be stacking chance to poison and poison weapon damage from stats. This one would be proccing when you kill poisoned enemies. And you would use the Egg of Mayhem. You would use the Infectious Shooter. And then the rest is kind of optional what you use. Up to you. You definitely need to equip the Sharpshooter set, helmet and chest. And maybe the Sharpshooter set, I don't know, another piece of your choice. It could be boots, it could be gauntlets, it could be shoulders, whatever. So this would be good for a poison build, like focusing on poisoning enemies and doing damage through poison. But you're gonna really stack, you're gonna need to stack a lot of sockets and a lot of affixes that give you poison. So you can increase the damage of the poison itself. And don't rely on it being super strong, but it's gonna be a fun build. What's my Twitch? I can link it just a moment. It's struck TOF, but I'm gonna do the comment. That's my Twitch for the. Actually, I shouldn't have written it on the Twitch. If you're on Twitch, this is my YouTube. If you're on YouTube, that's my Twitch. There we go, linked. All right, let's do another map now. Gearwalkie, there we go. Slace is at level 38 right now and has Fire Relic with his Disc Mage and wants to play around burn damage over time. Have you any tips for some synergy to push it far? Well, with the burn dot, my suggestion would be stack it. Stack as much as you can. It's additive. So if you have 40% weapon damage on a skill, on a passive. Let me quickly open the browser for another 2 minutes to quickly explain this. So Disc Mage, Flaming Destroyer. So you know this passive Ignition Source gives you 50% weapon damage. And thank you very much, Versatiles, for the follow on Twitch. Welcome to the Struck Club. So this thing gives you 50% weapon damage. And if you have a weapon that gives you chance to burn for 60% weapon damage, that's gonna make it into 50 plus 60. And the chance from 25, if the other weapon has 50% chance, it will be 25 plus 50%. So the chance is additive, the percent damage is additive, and the duration is additive. So you're gonna be stacking the chance, the weapon damage, and the duration. And this one goes very well with burning builds. This one is also pretty nice, but you have to have good chance to crit, and you have to have a lot of hits per second. This one goes very well on Disc Mage. I love it. And this one, tier 1 bonus, get it. Get at least the tier 1 bonus. Even if you don't get the other ones, the tier 1 is nice, and I would really get this. What you need on the Disc Mage is 4 points here and 4 points here, regardless what build you do. 4 plus 2 from the set. So you need the tier 2 bonus for the harmonic form duration. You're probably gonna wanna get the cooldown reduction from this one. And then you have to decide, do you wanna go Absolver or do you wanna go Entropy as level 8? So do you go this level 8 or do you go this level 8? And then if you go Entropy level 8, then level 4 Unholy Bolt. If you go Absolver level 8, then you go level 4 Holy Bolt. Another option would be to go level 8 Holy Bolt plus 2. When I say 8, I mean 10. And then you get Arc of Light, which is this one. But keep in mind, Arc of Light casts Absolver, and if Absolver is higher level, you cast higher level Absolver, but it doesn't apply the tier 1 and tier 3 bonuses. So it's gonna apply a basic Absolver but with more damage. So if you're using Arc of Light, you can put points into Absolver for more damage but not for more missiles or for the further travel. And then there are some other things that are useful. For example, this one is tier 2, mana regeneration. I take this very early. I take this very early in the game. I put 1 point into this early. I put 4 points here and 4 points here, or 6 and 6 early in the game. This one is super strong, by the way. If you have minions like Spirit Well, they count as allies, which means you can have 5 allies for another 15% damage per ally in the circle on any build. That's pretty strong. So I think that's pretty much good advice for this. But yeah, keep stacking burning. I guess it's a good idea to do it. And if you have chance to burn, anything would be able to burn. Anything would be able to burn. All right, let's go. So yeah, as long as you have enough chance to burn and enough weapon damage on it. I mean, someone the other day told me they had a build where they were doing 180 to 100% weapon damage per tick of the burn, which was not bad. Obviously, it's not gonna be a major source of damage, but it's gonna be a very good source of damage to add. Damage over time in this game is still not super overpowered, but it can be very strong, especially with good items. And you're still gonna need strong weapons. You're still gonna need weapons with a lot of flat damage, because more flat damage means more weapon damage, which means stronger dots. So it's gonna be hard to balance how much burning and weapon damage from the burning you get, and how much flat damage you get. You're gonna have to stack those, but you can roll certain items for a chance to burn in the sockets, such as I think offhands can get a chance to burn, and weapons can get chance to burn. Yeah, the dots can do crits as well. The dots can also crit. That is true. And you can start multiple dots. You can start... so poison stacks 3 times. Fire stacks 1 time only. And bleeding stacks 1 time. But you can try and stack bleeding with poison and fire. For example, on Forged, you can poison with poison dart. And then if you're using Flaming Destroyer, you can get burning from there. Or you can get burning from Coal Launch. I think this doesn't burn. So you can burn with Coal Launch, you can poison with Poison Dart, and you can bleed with Spinning Blade and Dance of Death, and get like a damage overtime build on a Blood Drinker Forged. On Realm Master, you can bleed with Defying Picks, or if you have the item, you can poison with Flying Picks, if you have the item that converts it into poison. On Realm Master, you can burn with Lantern Flash, and I think with Mortar Car, and not sure about the Flamethrower Car, if it burns or just does damage. And then, yeah, you can try and combine different sources. Some things you can get from items, like chance to do X type of dot from items, then chance to do the other dot from a skill, or from a relic skill. You can try and combine multiple dots on an enemy and make like a rainbow build, and it could be very fun. Rainbow builds could be fun to do. I wish we had damage over time increase for all elements as a stat, instead of having to get separately the damage increase from affixes that give you only for that element. It would be nice to see a rainbow relic, a relic that doesn't focus on only one weapon type, but a relic that's all about damage over time increase, and that gives you all sorts of different damages over time from the different skills. So a relic that has skills that can burn, skills that can poison, skills that can bleed, and passives that increase your damage over time for every element. A relic like that would be pretty fun to play around and to keep stacking different ailments. Maybe we can make a note ticket and vote it so that we have a rainbow relic. The prismatic orb, maybe it could be a prismatic orb or a prismatic whatever. Just prismatic fits really nice with the rainbow builds. It could be the prism. Let's see over here. What's that map? Goblin kills. Oh, and I need to do the Gunforge and the Gunsmith Grundy. My inventory is full again. Wait, is my pet inventory full or is the game lagging? I think it was just lagging. Seems to be lagging. What the hell? Look at that! I've never seen it beat this swaggy. Jeremy is praying to get this game soon. Well, good luck with the giveaway, with the giveaways I'm gonna do. Hopefully you get lucky. Last time I was doing a giveaway of 3 keys, there were only 2 people who signed up. And the 3rd key I just posted in chat. That's what I did. Because the 3rd key was won with by the person who won the 1st key last time. Because again, there were just two different people signing up for that. So in the end, 2 people won a key from the 3 keys, and the 3rd key I just posted in the chat for whoever activates it first to grab it. This time, hopefully there's more people signing up, so we have some unique viewers. If the same person wins a key twice, obviously I re-roll and check to see if there's another person who can get it. But since it's gonna be different days, we'll see how it goes. I'm not gonna open the 2nd giveaway until the first one is over, for example, this time around. How do you get it in it? More information about that later, when I stream. Basically, when I stream on the 24th, 25th and 26th, I will be posting the links. I will make a comment raffle, and then you would be able to pull up a link, but it would be in Gleam. And the way to enter it would be, there would be 2 ways. One of the ways is just to visit my YouTube channel, no need to subscribe or anything. That's how Gleam handles it. The other way would be to follow my Twitch channel, and that's how Gleam handles it. No need to subscribe or anything like that. No payments needed. Just the most basic actions that everyone can do. that's how Gleam handles this. Because I want the giveaway to be open to both YouTube and Twitch viewers at the same time. That's why I'm giving those two options of entering the giveaway. You can enter just by one option or by two options, it doesn't matter. But yeah, that's how it. I'm gonna keep it simple. I'm not gonna make it complicated, like follow my Twitter, follow my Facebook. I'm not gonna add things like those as options to get entries. Okay. If you play on PS4, it won't be because the keys are for Steam. I can only give the keys for Steam. I don't have PlayStation 4 keys. I have 3 keys for Steam on PC. So I would make it clear in the giveaway that it's for PC Steam. The keys that I'm giving away. That's what I'm given myself, that's what I can give away. Wait. Let's go again. That you says, is the snowman skin free? Oh yeah, it is free. You can get it from the gambler, you can get it from drops, you can get it from contracts bundles, and anything that gives you a blue helmet can drop it. It's a blue helmet. There's also another one, elfin hat. The elfin hat, I'm gonna try and show you that one. I think I've got it on the transmog. And we have transmog. To those of you who have missed it, we do have transmog in the game now with this latest patch. We also have those pet bets where you can showcase some pets. So if you have some pets you want to showcase, you can just put them there. And this is the transmog, where you can take any skin you like. This is the elfin hat. Let's see, should I go red? Red, let's go red again. I'm going for red and black team. Red and black team, because it's a bot drinker forged. I wish there was something glowing red that fits the red and black team. Something that looks like bot drinker, that screams bot drinker. We don't have anything. Wait, wasn't there one with a black hat? With a black hat as a dye? This is orange and black. Brown and black. Red and this one. This one I think is the most suitable. But yeah, distance smoke is pretty fun. For PS4, you probably can do it with the key. There's probably keys that you can activate in PlayStation 4. I don't have a PS4, so I can't confirm whether you need a key. But most likely there's ways to activate a product on the PlayStation app or whatever it's called. PlayStation Network or whatever it is. There's probably an option somewhere there to activate the key, but Steam keys don't work in PS4. They're separate because it's separate platforms. But yeah, Steam is a separate platform. It's separate companies with Sony. So a key that works on Steam will not work on any other platform. Xbox, PlayStation, Switch. And I'm assuming PlayStation doesn't have a Steam app where you can get games. They would be hurting their business if they do it. If they make a Steam app on PlayStation where you can play Steam games. Although that would be cool if it existed, if they had some sort of agreement to share profits there. But I mean, PC games on PlayStation obviously would be interesting. If they're not designed, if they're not coded for that, it won't work. Yeah, if they're not coded for console, they won't work. But with the new generation consoles, those are super strong. They're super nice and powerful. That was a quick quest. You can put in codes, but you can't use a key. So okay, yeah, you won't be able to. I mean, even if you win a key, you won't be able to use it unless you play on PC. Unless you have a PC and that can run the game on Steam. But again, that's the keys they've given me. I can't ask them for keys for every platform. Normally when they do giveaways, it's always Steam. I've not seen them a single time giving away keys for other platforms. Even on the official Torchlight streams, when they do give away keys, they're always for Steam. Let's collect some bundles.
Your pet is back.
Okay. This shoulder, I actually really want to wear this shoulder now. I'm gonna lose a lot of defense, but damn, it's nice. Nice damage. Let me check my damage. It's 2784. If I put this, it's 2985. And if I put this, Wait, bonus level just one? Oh, because I broke the wheel, okay. And then if I put... I'm gonna break the set, I can't. I can only use the shoulder right now, without worrying about breaking the set. And it's just not worth it right now. It's only gonna give me a little bit of weapon damage. In fact, I'm very disappointed. Why does it only give me like 200% weapon damage? It should give me much more. With that 23.1%. We're expecting like 300-400 increase on this. Because that 45% uppercut damage that I'm getting right now should stack with this 23.1 over here. If we go to uppercut, maybe let's remove this for a moment. Just put something else there. The uppercut damage, is it broken or is it just me? See, it's 23% damage. See, 1200. I think this extra 45% damage doesn't show up here. The damage from the skill. Let me check something if the damage goes down. If I respec. Where is my forged respec? Forged respec. Damn, I need to learn my fort. I need to rearrange it soon. So if I were to respec this, that 5% I lose is 45 damage. So roughly around 45 per level. Okay. So it does go down, but it no longer shows up here, so you cannot stack it. And what if I equip the uppercut item? Does it 223? So this 200 damage stacks with the 23. That's why it's only 10% increase, because it already counts the 200. It's not 23% of the boosted with 200. That's why stacking the damage is not as strong. But you can still get close to 3000 damage of uppercut if you have shoulders, chest and Woku motion with damage to the uppercut. I think it's worth it equipping them if you have two. If you have just one, it's not. If you have three, it's amazing. Let me go to my storage now quickly. I need to put some stuff there.
Your pet has arrived.
Let's make this shotgun, I guess. And maybe just randomly put some stuff here. And let's go. I like how they gave us sorry, I like how they gave us the extra basement, the extra cellar. Death Chills, I do have keys to give away, but not yet. They're supposed to be used on the holidays. I have 3 keys, and as I said, I will be giving one every day, the 24th, the 25th, and the 26th. So that would make it Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I would be giving 1 key every day. I will be streaming Torchlight 3 and giving keys. They told me to use them during the holidays, so I'm assuming... they asked if anyone would be streaming during the holidays to give them keys, and I said I would stream around Christmas. And Bean told me to have a great stream, or streams. So I can either give them away on the same day, or just give them away at separate days, and I decided to just give one every day because some people might miss the stream one of the days. So I'm giving people 3 different days to have a chance to win a key, rather than 1 day for 3 keys. Because people might be busy in 1 day. Another way of handling it is to keep the competition open for more than 1 day, and just have one competition for 3 keys open for 3 days. But I think it's better to just give a key a day. It feels right that way. There we go. Okay, there we go. Can I group those goblins with the other ones over here? I'm at 73% kills. I think if Torchlight 3 does something similar to Diablo 4, where, for example, on the shitty items like the green items, you get stronger affixes. So you get less affixes but stronger. People would start considering using green items on their builds. If they wanna maximize a certain stat, by getting more of that stat but having less affixes, that would be interesting, and people would actually start considering green items for their builds, because Diablo did that with their blue items. Blue items in Diablo would have stronger affixes than yellow and legendary, but obviously less affix spots. Whereas with Diablo 4, a legendary would be just like a yellow, but instead of 5 affixes, you would get 4 affixes with 1 legendary affix as the 5th slot. Obviously legendary would most likely be stronger than yellow, because, well, legendary affixes most likely would be stronger than regular ones, if you combine many of those. But maybe there's gonna be in Diablo 4 some builds where stacking yellow items and not using legendary affixes, or not using every single item being with legendary affix, would be interesting. I'm so excited about Diablo 4 after reading about the changes they made to itemization. they hyped me. They hyped me. I did promise myself not to get overhyped for Diablo 4 and to just wait until the game comes out. Or until a playable demo comes out. But then wood gets me hyped. Itemization, build diversity gets me hyped in games. I'm just hoping they review some information about the endgame in Diablo 4 soon. Another Raging Beater. I mean, the amount of servo blades and Raging Beaters I'm getting is unreasonably high. It sucks when I'm still getting the same items over and over and over, and I can't get a variety of items. So they shifted it. Instead of getting Sneku Sticks and Stormblades and Cave Breakers, now we get more items of our quas. And all I'm seeing is quas specific items 80% of the time. And I'm not even getting Mountain King items. I'm just getting boring servo blades and Raging Beaters and things like that. I'm not even gonna keep this one.
Greetings, insignificant one. Oh, ho, ho, ho. What will
Your
it be?
pet has returned.
Oh, that's interesting.
Where's the damn Gearwalkie map? Come on. Gearwalkie Berserking, there we go. This one's good. All right. So this one I'm planning on making a build video for this one tomorrow. Whether it's ready or not, I'm making the video. I can't wait anymore. It's day 7 of me playing this hero. If for a week's worth of my time the game is not rewarding me with the items I need, then there are just problems with the drop rates. I mean, I think a week is reasonable amount of time to expect to get certain legendary items, so you can make a build. Not a min-maxed version of those, not asking for min-maxed perfect gold rolls of those items. I'm just asking for the items as bases. So yeah, played this build for 7 days. Unfortunately, I haven't seen a single winter weave item, and I'm still missing a Mountain King helmet. So there's that to consider. I'm gonna have to make the video without those items and just mention in the text or say it that certain items are suggested for certain slots and that I couldn't get them. Come on. But today's stream will be long. Today's stream will be around 8 and something hours. I started streaming around 2 p.m. I will be streaming until 10 p.m. my time. It's currently 4:39 p.m. local time here. So we've got like almost 6 more hours left. So hopefully we get lucky in those 6 hours with some winter weave chest, winter weave gauntlets, maybe the winter weave wheel, or shoulders, and then with a Mountain King helmet ideally, with crit chance. But even if it doesn't have crit chance, as long as it's a Mountain King helmet to empty up a legendarium slot, I would be pretty happy. Let's keep moving here. Come on, come on. Heal quicker. Spin quicker, spin faster. How many more Netherrim? 7 more %. Gotta pull him away from the portal so I don't accidentally enter that portal. Okay, entering. What boss did we get? Grixel. Alright, Grixel. Grixie. I've already got this one, so I'm gonna release it. Not getting quirky, are we? This one I'm gonna keep for rapid strike builds. Four thousand, 2,000, 4,000, 2,000, 200, 200, 100, 900. Okay, this one is stronger. This one is 7,000, over 7,000. This one is less. 3% more cyclone mode damage. Okay, let's just get rid of this. Neither has socket, so probably wouldn't keep it. Come on, load up. And oh yeah, let's collect some more rewards. This is one of the most boring parts of the game, collecting contract rewards when they don't stack in the inventory. They just did the opposite of quality of life by changing the way contract rewards are handled. By changing the gear bundles to not stack to 3, and from 3 stacking blue it shifted to 3 non-stacking green. It's basically the exact opposite of a quality of life change. And then this one where I'm pressing escape and it closes all my menus instead of just this window. Super annoying bug. Johnson says, any particular reason you're farming Fazir rank 20 maps? Best ratio of monster health? Yeah. And I don't care about high level rewards, because I don't want to push the Fazir further. Yes, you do get stronger, super overpowered, unnecessarily overpowered items, but the monsters are also unnecessarily overpowered. So for me, doing low level Fazir is just as fun as doing high level Fazir. In fact, it's more fun. And I just need legendary items. I don't care if they're legendary items with a challenge bonus, because I don't think this challenge bonus is balanced. I think this is super bad, and I think it should go away. I think they should change the power creep to not be connected to items. And I've always thought so. I've always wanted a power creep that only remains inside the Fazir, that doesn't render useless items from the Gambler, items from the Opaka level, items from Mapworks, and items from any other type of endgame they add later on. This is just a super bad way of doing power creep. As I said multiple times, they're crippling their freedom, their creative freedom, by making it that way. When they start working on new endgame activities, they would have to think with this power creep in mind. So they're like shooting themselves in the foot with this change, with this challenge bonus. So I won't be surprised if eventually all those challenge bonuses get removed. And this item loses the 117% item stats. But then how do you handle items with extra sockets? We're not supposed to get items with more than one socket from the blue and yellow. Yet I've got 3 sockets here, 3 sockets here, 2 sockets here, 2 sockets here, 2 here. How are they gonna handle this? In fact, the Fazier's dungeon is unnecessarily bloated stats on the items and on the monsters. It would be much better if the monsters don't get as strong, but we don't get as strong as well. And to allow us to get equally strong gear from any type of activity in the game. I said it many times, the best way to handle power creep is to give you some sort of buffs and to give you some slots where you can equip buffs and to earn buffs by reaching further in the Fazier. Every time you complete a boss for the first time at stage 3, 7, 11, 15, etc., when you kill those bosses and you unlock a new checkpoint, each time to get a new buff. It could be runes, it could be gems, it could be whatever, and to give you some slots where you can put those, and to mix and match different buffs, make a build in brackets for the Fazier, what buffs you equip, whether you're boosting ice damage or fire damage or physical damage, or whether you're boosting crit chance or crit damage or HP or defense to one element or physical defense, whether you're boosting relic energy generation or block chance or evasion, or whether you're increasing your burn duration, chill duration, etc., whether you're boosting your burning damage over time. There's so many things they can give us as buffs. Chance to slow, for example. There's a lot of ways to motivate me to push further, to unlock more buffs. And to make me stronger, but to not make the enemies bloated like they are right now. Right now they go over 700% HP. Over 700% HP is basically boring. Even with overpowered 20-something thousand weapon, 20,000 damage weapons, you would still feel like it's taking too long to kill them. Like weapons like this one, and that's actually a shitty weapon. It could be much stronger. This one is 15,000, but you can get in theory a 22,000 damage weapon. And even with that weapon they felt kind of slow to kill on a level 149, 150 stage of the Fazier. Okay, I'm gonna collect a few more contracts. Hopefully I get a legendary drop. This is the most boring part of the game, that they really need to quality of life this to stack every single consumable. Because it's turning the game into a mobile clicker where you spend most of your time clicking in the menus instead of killing enemies. When I can collect 5, 6, 7 times instead of collecting 20, 30 times one after the other. It definitely is designed badly. Like, why don't all those stack together into 6 bags instead of 6 separate bags on 6 separate slots? We should be able to get these 30 or maybe even 40 bags in the same slot. Or at least 20. But when you get 3 per wood, I think at least 30 is needed. And yeah, those resource and essence bundles also should stack. The only thing that stacks right now is Respectacles from those contracts. From the repeatable contract rewards. Because you don't get maps from them. Oh, you do get blue maps, which stack up to 20. But you don't get Wifebound Scrolls. Okay, I'm gonna collect a few more. Last collection round. This we got a legendary, although it was kind of a Stormblade. So not much, honestly, from that Stormblade. Let's dismantle.
Your pet has returned.
Alright, let's go. So yeah, right now my priority is to get certain legendary items to unlock their abilities for my legendarium. And to use them for my build. And it's faster to do lower level maps. And I don't have to use my strong weapon for those low level maps. I can just use the one I've got equipped. It's good enough for this level. And then by using this weapon I've got equipped, I can benefit from the extra cooldown from Frost Wall. And then I have this at 20-second cooldown instead of 60. Not sure why it's 26 though. I really don't understand why it's not 30 but 26. I'm gonna test it in a moment. I'm gonna remove my fracking strike cooldown increase to see if that's what's working on it.
That spell here. You can't do that. That spell can't be cast.
Okay. Ah. See, this is something that they really need to fix as quality of life. A yes/no button when you click on a portal. The portal spawned in my feed. First of all, why does the portal spawn next to my hero? Why not 10, 20, 30, 40 meters away from my hero? Near my hero, but not exactly where my hero is. Not where I can accidentally click it. And again, when I accidentally click it, why doesn't it say yes/no window if I wanna enter? I mean, the amount of enemy kills or wood that you could miss, or chest rewards that you haven't opened, that you've lost due to accidentally entering those portals, would be super high. For me, it's already super high amount of things I've missed due to those accidental enters. It's annoying. I mean, yeah, I didn't lose a legendary or something like that, but it is annoying. You never know what that enemy might have dropped. You never know where the wood is hiding. Oh, this is pretty decent. Love Johnson says it's so frustrating that there's still maps that spawn with less mobs than needed. Ah, indeed. This is another thing that less maps or less mobs or less monsters that you need to kill for the quest drops. Normally it's maps with quest drops that are glitched. Maps with quest drops and there aren't enough enemies to kill for the quest drops, and normally it's that Act 3 map. That one Act 3 map where you know you have some balconies on the left and right, and then there's halls where the enemies show up in the middle. I think you know which one I'm talking about, the one before Astral Gate. This one. That's exactly the one. Thank you, game, for voting me into the shittiest map ever. So this is the map that normally you won't be able to complete because a lack of density. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. So yeah, if you see this map, the best thing you can do is exit and start a new one if there's a quest with drops, to make sure you're not wasting your time. Like now, I can't guarantee I'm gonna get all the automata cores and all the ancient caches. Let's make sure I'm not missing ancient caches. There's not one here, okay. This one is pneumatic drone. Ancient cache is the chest with the glowing rhombus on top of it with the diamond or whatever. Last time I played on this map I couldn't get the ancient caches. I opened every single one in the map and there weren't enough. I'm still gonna do this map for farming, because I don't care if I complete it or not. It's gear waki uniques, meaning every elite champion would be unique. Every champion pack would be a unique enemy. And with the gear waki, see, this is a treasure chest, not a cache. There should have been an ancient cache. See, so far I haven't found a single ancient cache, which is super broken, because okay, there's one there. There's one ancient cache there. So 1 out of 3 found. For now, I think the best way to fix it is make all of those quest drops one. Just one, just needing one. Obviously, you should be able to get one before you finish the map, if you kill all the enemies that could drop that stuff. They did it some time ago, they did it as a temporary measure. And just have the quest drops as one, and maybe add another rule to kill X number of enemies. There's a way to cheese it. Don't pick up the items until you're done finishing the whole map. The less items you've got looted, the higher the chance of you getting a drop is. That's how the dynamic questing used to work. Maybe it still works that way. So if I don't pick this one up, the chances of getting one the further I go into the map get higher. This one is an ancient cache. Oh no, that's a dwarven tool chest, because it's smaller. So yeah, this map probably won't be completed. They just need to increase the density of this map. They need to make it spawn more enemies, bigger packs. Bigger packs and more packs in more places. That if they add more spawners and increase the number of packs, this map can turn from the worst one to the best one you could get. So for example, why not spawn enemies while you're around here? Why not spawn enemies when you're around here maybe? There's obviously places where they can squeeze in some extra spawners. And there's obviously ways to increase the amount of enemies each spawner spots in the map. Another ancient cache. Still not dropping those things though, the things we need to drop. So yeah, my advice is if you see this map, save yourself some time and maybe leave it, don't risk it. And just do a different one. I probably would be able to complete it now, but there's still chance I won't. Let's see, Dwarven Sentry Guides. Come on, drop me that Dwarven Sentry Guide. No, it didn't. And this one didn't either. I mean, only leave it if there's a pickup quest. If there's no pickup quest and you just kill goblins, kill automatons, then just do it. It's not gonna be broken with the kill quests most of the time. So far I haven't seen one where it tells me kill X% enemies killed. Normally it's the one with the quest drops that are just not enough in this map. Now let's check in the middle for those. Still not dropping the item. I'm not seeing an ancient cache. One here. Yes, it's gonna be just like last time, 2 out of 3 ancient cache and that's it. And there's no more left. So basically this map now, I need to go back to the start to finish it, to exit it. And I don't think I've missed a single one of those things to wolves. So as predicted, map broken. Kind of. I mean, unless I was blind and there was something I missed. Rapid fire.
Hey, if it isn't all what's their name? Oh, are you sure?
So that's the same map, I'm not gonna do it.
Oh, are you sure?
I got debated by the Unix Gearwalkie combo. If it was Goblins, Unix, Gearwalkie, it would have been best, but no. It gave me Automaton. Come on. Huh? Why can't I go there? Never mind. It was as if I was hitting an invisible wall and I couldn't move. What's my quest here? Just kill Hive. See, I like on this map getting the kill Hive. I don't have to go to every single place of the map to look for whatever I need to kill. I'm just killing randomly whatever I see on my way, and eventually the quest gets completed and it's perfect. And this map is super big. It's super big, it's super nice, it's got a nice amount of density, it's got a nice amount of elite spawning, champion spawning. And I'm so happy that they've added the active planes as a map in the Frontier and Mapworks pool of maps. And for me this is a good clearing speed. Anything slower than this is boring. Anything where I'm killing the enemies slower than this speed is pretty much boring and sluggish. Faster than this, sure, good enough. Right now I'm playing with mediocre shitty gear for the level. Even for this level, this damage, 7.4 thousand for level 18. It's okay, it's mediocre. At this level you're probably better off with 8.5, 9,000 damage. But that's reasonable damage for this level. And reasonable clearing speed. Obviously I can clear it twice as quick if I equip my other weapon. But it's gonna feel too easy if I equip that other overpowered weapon. I can make myself a stronger weapon out of this. This one would probably give me something stronger. But then I would lose my extra cooldown for charge up. Which I like because of the mobility it provides and little extra proc stacking. How am I doing? 86%, okay. Should I try and find another group of champions? By the way, after this map I'm probably gonna take a short 60-90 second break to go grab myself something from the kitchen to munch on. Again, stupid Porto. Stupid Porto. I couldn't open the wood chest because of the Porto. The quest chest. Those little things, I mean, those little things, it's not like they're breaking the game, but they sure can tilt people. Face breaker. Necropopper, I think I've got it. Let's send it home just in case, cause I'm not sure I had it. I'm pretty sure I had it on this account. I think I just don't have 2 or 3 of the new skills unlocked yet on this server. Let's see, which pet skills am I missing right now? Dasher and Wet Kisses, those are the 2 I'm missing. This one was broken before and this one was broken before. And I don't think it got fixed, but maybe I can test it again. It was broken in the test server. haven't tested recently.
Your pet has arrived.
Silver. Where's the Gearwalkie map? We're looking for the Gearwalkie map. Netherwell, Gearwalkie. Let's just check this one quickly. Okay, this one. It's goblins. And boom. Let's keep moving. Oh, I forgot. I was gonna make a break after the previous map. Okay, let's make a break after this map. For 60-90 seconds or so. My pet just woke up, so maybe he wants some food as well. Maybe I can give him some food on my way back. Let's see. The quest is just to... Oh, it's not a quest to kill goblins. I have to be careful with the map then. The bait meat, the bait bucket, secret fishing hole and worm fingers. And worm fingers was at the end of the map last time. It didn't show on the map until I reached the beginning of the map. So this time I'm gonna know. This time I'm gonna remember to check for worm fingers at the end of the map. I think I've seen this NPC. It was standing in one of the wooden walks on top of the wooden walk and just spamming grenades from there. If it's the same one, I'm thinking. Terry the tank is back. Welcome back, Terry. What's up with you as well? Regarding what's up with me, I'm still trying to get certain types of equipment for the build video for this guy. I'm making the build video tomorrow with or without those items. So we'll see how it goes. We've got some time. We've got another 5 hours to try and get some winter weave items like the chest and gauntlets, maybe shoulders. And I'm trying to get a Mountain King helmet as well to drop. Let's see over here. As for good drops, I don't think I've gotten any good drops. Every now and then I could get some blue items with damages to certain skills which I'm saving, but no real good drops today. so far. It's been a trashy day for drops. Junk drops only. At least I'm getting some essence out of the junk drops, so... Not that I really need the essence right now, but you never know. Breathwaben is back. Welcome back, Breathwaben. Let's see. Over here. Boom. Terry saying he's just booting up his Xbox and game. Well, good luck to you with the drops. Good luck with the drops to anyone playing today. We need those special holiday drops. But yeah, the Winter Weave, day 7 of playing this build, still 0 pieces found of the Winter Weave. So if it's this hard to get just one piece of the Winter Weave, imagine how hard it would be to get one piece of the Winter Weave with min-max stats on it. it's a thing you're never gonna get in the game. Min-maxed item. Oh, Winter Weave Cuirass, finally! Finally, on day 7, RNGesus or Woodsifer, one of them decided to grant us a Winter Weave chest piece. Now, please tell me it has some good stats on it. Please tell me. It's not bad. It's not bad. Actually, it is. HP at the top, very bad. But at least it gives me crit damage and electric damage. So now, how do I do this now? I'm probably gonna do this and then I have to equip this. I have to equip this over here. I'm losing dark powered shoulders now. There's no other way of doing it. Yeah, just got one. Someone heard us out there and decided to show some sympathy on this guy and to give him a a Winter Weave Cuirass. It's a shitty one, obviously. Out of all the affixes, only one I would want. I don't care about the electric damage. The crit damage I really like. So no socket, HP, electric damage and HP I would change. But still, it's the Winter Weave Cuirass. It's fine. I just needed that one for the stat it gives me. Now what I'm gonna do here is I'm probably gonna equip this. Or should I equip the poison? I guess either one works. Maybe poison dart because I can use it more often. I'm just gonna keep it for the procs, not for anything else. Just for the procs. I'm obviously not gonna do damage because my cannon is level 43. But I don't keep that cannon to do damage with it. Each of those poisons has a chance to apply bleeding with the proccing. And to trigger rupture if bleeding is already applied. I found Wormfingers somewhere, so he's not always at the end of the map, I guess. Alright, let's go. But yeah, at least I got a piece. 7 days, 1 Winter Weave piece. What I really want for this build right now is Winterweave shoulders and Winterweave gauntlets. The gauntlets are more important. And then I want a Mountain King helmet. And I want to wear 3 pieces Mountain King, 3 pieces Winterweave. So the hatch would need to be either Mountain King or Winterweave. Ideally I would be wearing Winterweave hatch, because, well, I can't benefit from the Mountain King hatch. And then I would be swatting the Winterweave wheel while wearing the Mountain King wheel. So if I get those 3 pieces Winterweave, actually no, not those 3. Those 3 pieces Winterweave. And those 3 pieces Mountain King. And then I can swat a Mountain King cuirass. I can swat Winterweave wheel. And then I would have one more swat for whatever else in the Legendarium. You're trying to get higher level MK helm. Oh, higher level Mountain King helm. I need any level Mountain King helm. Of course, as long as it's 60. As long as it's 60. I'm not gonna get under 60 now, because I just don't farm under 60 content. But yeah, it doesn't have to be a very high challenge bonus. Even low challenge bonus would be fine, as long as I can just empty that SWAT in the Legendarium. I haven't tried gambling. My gold coins for helmets. And I wasted 23,000 gold coins on helmets. I'm gonna collect some more and then try again. Eventually it might drop, but the game's probably gonna throw me, and if it gives me a legendary helmet, it's not gonna be Mountain King from the Legendarium, from the gambler. Let's try with this one here. This one's doing much less damage than I do with the poison. See, that's why Poison Dart, even with my low level cannon, is better than this. This is pretty much useless, Hailstorm. Poison Dart does more damage to more enemies in a circle over time, multiple times, than this. And that's a Poison Dart at a lower level. Poison Dart at level 43 cannon. That's pretty shitty as attack. My cannon does 1300. So check it out. 800, 1600, 1500, 1500. So it's doing much more damage than this thing, which you're gonna see in a moment how much it does. Let's show you. Wait, I need them to be away from me. You see, it does like 1000 something damage when it hits. Does it even hit? Obviously it's just not worth it. Where with Poison Dart, even with my shitty cannon, I can do more damage per second than Hailstorm. Hailstorm, very disappointing skill, and so is the one from the Glacier's Edge, the Frost Nova, Frozen Nova, whatever it was called. The shield is amazing, but the weapons of this set are very shitty. The offhand, the focus is also super decent, because it gives you damage and other things. Since I'm a melee build, I could really benefit from the offhand, but you can't combine the offhand with the shield. But you can combine the shield with another with a weapon, or the offhand with a weapon, and then put the shield or offhand inside the Legendarium. and get the bonuses of both items. As long as you have 2 items equipped, you can put more items of the set in the Legendarium and get their bonuses. And I still forgot to take a break after the last map, so I'm gonna have to remember after this one to do it. Let's see. Can't click there, come on. Secret fishing hole. Where's all worm fingers? You can't go there. Okay. Let's see. Secret fishing hole, it's not here. I hope I didn't miss it in that little corner out there. And I don't need to return to it. What dropped? Ancient Ember Threads, nice. For drain builds, that's pretty nice. Eventually, for my Punch Bot Drain a What rework, when I rework Punch Bot Drain a What, I would want to use this. I would want to use this. Because before I used to use it when it was a bonus on the Act 3 set, what was it called? The Arc Powered set. Before I was using this from the Arc Powered Lex, but since this bonus got moved to this one, finally I got it unlocked. So the next build I make when I respec after the build I make tomorrow would be the Punch Bot Drain a What 2.0, which would be a build that can either be spin to win or bunches of punches. Just like this build can either be spin to win or bunches of punches. Maybe I can name it Spin Bot Drain a What instead of Punch Bot and make it main Cyclone. It's 2 in 1, Spin Bot or Punch Bot. You can go either way. But people have been asking me to rework that one, and since I'm leveling a hero now, that would allow me to do it. I'm gonna take advantage and make that build as well, the drain version. but it would be needed, this thing. Shifting shackles is one of the most boring debuffs. See, imagine if it was just 10-20 seconds and then switches, 10-20 seconds then switches, 10-20 seconds then switches. That would mean you don't have to rebind your skills, because you can wait 10 or 20 seconds, but having to wait 2 or 3 minutes just forces you into rebinding certain skill to a different skill slot, so you can use it. And it's just super boring right now, when it lasts for this long. It would be much more fun if every 10 seconds it changed your skill shackle to a different slot. And it can throw you while you're fighting a boss. If it takes less than more than 10 seconds, you might get into some weird situation where you can't use your movement skill, or you can't use your healing skill, or you can't use your regular damage skill. And it's gonna be a bit more fun that way. Right now, I don't think it's fun. I think they need to change it to 10, 15 or 20 seconds between the changes, between the switches. Those of you who don't know what shifting shackles is every 2-3 minutes one of your skill slots gets disabled. But the thing is, you can rebind the skill from that slot to another slot and still use it. So if it disables my Cyclone mode, I can just rebind Cyclone mode on the place where I use Poison Dart, and then just ignore Poison Dart and not use it. So I can do this, and then this slot would not be usable, but I can still use Cyclone if it's on that slot. And if it lasts for 2-3 minutes, obviously you can see how it can turn into just a boring map affix. Another one that's boring is Angered Ancestors. It would be much more fun if every let's say every 30 seconds, it spawns a bunch of skeletons next to you. And those skeletons can't give you XP. So 0 XP from killing them, but they ambush you. They come from the ground. There are some angered spirits that ambush you and want to, well, kill you. Instead of just a stupid slow moving AoE aura skeleton that keeps running after you in the map and you just can't get rid of it. This one is actually a very good weapon. Very good weapon. And since right now I don't need the cooldown or this, I can use this one. I got some crit damage. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break, like 120-150 seconds, to take a piece, to grab myself something from the kitchen, and then I will be back. So I'm gonna run the BRB screen. So let's go back to farming. And Terry redeemed to give Sky a petting and to hydrate. I'm gonna do both. Hydrating with some tea with lemon slice. And giving Sky a petting while he's eating. There we go, I think he's done with his food. Brefaven says that one is also pain in the ass and it's so slow that it blocks the bosses or other mobs. Yeah, as I said, there's ways to make certain affixes more fun. Less boring, more fun, and less predictable. Less predictable. Okay, so let's start. Another gear walking up.
So decisive. Oh, so tough. Oh, that one. Well chosen. That one.
Alright, there we go. Is this oh yeah, it's extreme close up. So we're gonna be close and personal with the monsters now. Alright, there we go. What's my quest? Flasks and flagons. The classical quest.
Cast that here.
And boom. And boom. How many? 1 out of 6 and 5 out of 6. Done. And group up some more. I think that's enough. So we just need 3 more flasks.
Cast that here.
Alright, let's move. What next? Oh, I see where I need to go. 76% goblins queued. Alright, there we go. So 5% more goblins and 2 more flasks. Doesn't drop the flask much, because the goblins are done. But there's hopefully enough goblins left to kill on the map to get all the flasks. I'm not gonna pick this one up until it drops the second one, maybe. Okay, let's try and kill some more before looting that one. Come on, one more flask, drop it. Dropped it. Let's see over there what's it's a batch, never mind. But let's just put some junk for selling. Who do we have as a boss? Rotten Red, was that a shaman? Oh no, it's a brute. Actually, it's not a brute, it's like a brute but without the shield. Come on.
Your pet has arrived.
Okay.
Enough of old Fazir, eh?
Give me a Gearwalkie map. Give me a Gearwalkie map.
What could go wrong?
I want that unique Gearwalkie or that dividing Gearwalkie map. Extreme quotes up, plague bearer. What about here? I'm thinking of doing another extreme close up map. Second extreme close up in a row. Let's see what's here. What's my quest? Kill goblins and get pancakes. Okay, the pancake quest. Let's group them up in a big bunch. I love it when I group up a huge group of monsters and just AoE the shit out of them. What's happening? Oh, I need Steam. That's what's happening. Wait, why is it not generating Steam? Is it broken? It didn't want to generate Steam when I went. That's a new bug. How do I fix it? Terry the Tank says, what's your thoughts on, do you think this game will get more popular and grow now? Will this game die off in a few months? I don't think it's gonna die off in a few months, but I do hope they get more people to play the game. There's a lot of people who are sheep and who believe reviews, and I'm not saying the game doesn't have bad things and that all the reviews out there are bad, but it's getting much more hate than needed, this game. I think all the negative reviews from the alpha, not from the alpha, from the early access, really hurt this game. And I think launching as early as they launched also hurt it. If they launch this game now with this Snow and Steam update, I think it would have done much better if the Snow and Steam update was the state it launched in. I can't tell you whether there's gonna be a lot of new players, but this game constantly keeps getting new people joining, and it constantly keeps getting old people leaving and quitting the game. So the thing is that they're contracted for 2 new expansions. Someone said that Max mentioned in an interview or something that they have a contract with Perfect World to do two expansions. So that means probably 2 more years if they make an expansion a year. And I'm wondering what's gonna be in those expansions. When I hear expansion, I'm imagining a big patch. I'm imagining something like World of Destruction, something like Reaper of Souls, something like Ashes of Maumut, and things like that. That's what I imagine with an expansion. Big patch with either a new class or with either a new zone, something massive to call an expansion and to sell separately as a paid additional content. So we'll see how this is. Let's see. But yeah, I can't predict this, whether this game would keep losing player base and not grow, or whether it would grow and it would stop bleeding player base wise. I sure hope it doesn't, because I would like to keep playing and making content for this game, and As long as this game keeps getting updated, I will keep making content about those updates and testing them and making new builds. And I honestly enjoy this game more than all of the other ARPGs out there in regards to many of the things in the game. Obviously there's things I don't enjoy, and I constantly keep saying what those things are. But it's new. I mean, it's only launched 2 months ago. It's only 2 months ago when it launched, so there's a lot of time it needs to get certain things right and to add some new content. But yeah, I was hoping this game would launch December instead of October. But one thing's for sure, around the launch of the game, my videos have been watched overall in my channel. I've had the most amount of revenue from YouTube and the most amount of views on my YouTube channel. So it did generate some sort of a hype to a certain degree around October. And in December, in the last 28 days, I've generated 3 times less revenue than the revenue generated in October on YouTube. So around the launch of the game, I did see a nice spike of interest in the game. And based on the amount of people watching Torchlight content, I kind of can guess the amount of people playing the game across all platforms. Just a guesstimation, obviously. Obviously, we can check the Steam stats on SteamDB to see how many people are playing Torchlight 3, but I don't think there's a website where you can do this for other platforms like Xbox, PlayStation, Switch. Actually, let's check the Torchlight 3 stats right now. I still have the browser window open here. So right now, Torchlight 24-hour peak, 394 players. Players right now, 348. And in the past week, the highest it has gotten is 490 something, close to 500. And the all-time peak was 6 months ago during the early access launch. So when the game actually launched, it couldn't beat its early access numbers. So the early access numbers are 5,692, whereas when the game launched in October, the numbers were 3,900, something like this. So you can see kind of how people just don't want to return to the game and give it a second chance until maybe something major, something huge happens. Also, there were a lot of people misinforming on Steam. If you're the type of person that reads Steam reviews and trusts them blindly, then I feel bad for you, because there was someone who hacked Steam and made Steam think that the guy spent 3,000 hours in the game, whereas the guy actually didn't probably spend more than 10 hours in the game. And you could see on the guy's profile that he earned every single achievement, almost every single achievement at the exact same time. And it's physically impossible to beat Act 1, Act 2 and Act 3 at the exact same minute. Physically impossible. And you can see this guy, judging based on his profile activity, he probably has multiple computers playing the games. In order to achieve the numbers he's getting in games, first of all he needs to be constantly online. It's 20 different games at the same time. So he's just using some sort of trainer or whatever to cheat Steam into thinking he is staying online in certain games. Not sure how he does it. Does he change the clock of Windows and the date of Windows or whatever? But yeah, every single game he plays, Steam thinks he's constantly online in that game. And he physically couldn't have spent within a week or two 3,000 hours in the game. But then he gave the game a shitty, filled with lies review. I mean, there were truths, there were some truths in there from the bad things he said in the game, but there were probably thousands of comments under him, people believing him about things such as, he said that the game forces you to be online to earn rewards, which is completely bullshit. There is no such thing in this game, forcing you to be online to earn rewards from the contracts. He said that to get rewards from the contracts you have to log in every day and things like that. No, that's not how it is. Something like that. I don't know, I don't remember his exact words. But yeah, some of the things he said are true, such as the chests falling from the sky when you complete a quest. It feels a little bit weird, but it's Torchlight. You can't expect everything to be realistic. It's a fantasy game. Chests falling from the sky, it's not bad. I mean, I'd much rather have my reward fall from the sky instead of having to go to a city to talk to an NPC to get the reward, so I can move on to the next stage of the quest. Now when I'm in a map. But yeah, in general the game is not perfect, it's far from it, but it's not as bad as some people make it out to be on reviews on Steam. And people can cheat Steam, as this guy has proven with his account. Account that shows him spending 30-something thousand hours in Truck Simulator. I'm kind of amazed how many people are blinded and just take everything for what it is, believe everything on the internet that's written, and don't know that there's many ways to cheat certain systems and to trick them into thinking you did something where you didn't. Especially with achievements, there's probably for every game that has an offline mode, such as this game, there's probably a lot of websites where you can buy trainers, maybe some that can give you the trainers for free. I'm pretty sure if you look up Torchlight T Trainer, there's probably gonna be some trainer out there that gives you all the achievements. That's probably this guy used himself to get all those achievements and to trick the game into thinking he spent 3,000 hours within a week, which is physically impossible. If his first playthrough started on launch week and on week 2 he said he spent 3,000 hours, that's physically impossible. If he beat the first boss, Yapper, which is the first quest NPC, if he beat that quest NPC on launch day, or one day after launch day, and then 2 weeks later he has 3,000 hours in the game, there's obviously something fishy out there. Obviously something fishy out there. So my point is, don't trust Steam reviews unless it's from a trusted streamer or content creator or reviewer that you know, whose content you watch, read. Just don't trust some randoms on Steam, because the system can be cheated. And not just on Steam, everywhere. Trusting randoms instead of playing the game yourself, or instead of watching someone play the game and asking them questions, is definitely not the right way to go for any new game. There's plenty of YouTubers, plenty of streamers that are genuine, that can give you a good overview of things in the game, And it's always good to not trust just one person, but to watch or read reviews from multiple content creators, because they have different tastes. The games I like, some people don't like, and the games some people like, I just don't like and I can't enjoy. And you might not have taste like mine, so if I like a game, you probably won't like it if you like different things. So it's always nice to find a content creator, a reviewer out there that that has similar tastes to yours, whose tastes you can trust would match your own. The same goes for anything, not just games, movies, books. What else? I had something in. Oh yeah, hardware and things like that. It's always good to watch multiple reviews. Just a moment. Okay, there we go. Let's keep moving. Like this, there we go. Like this. Wait, did I spawn the portal? Oh yeah, I did. Let's go kill the boss. Terry Tank says, is there a way to see players on Xbox? Oh, I don't know. And what about that 10 you asked? 10. I think 2020 has been the year of 70-75% review score games, because most of the games I've played this game that came this year, that came out this year, I give around 70-75% score due to bugs or bad optimization or lack of content or lack of variety or other things. See, Cyberpunk had my hopes up, but with all the bugs and bad optimization, I can't give it any more than 75. The story is amazing, the gameplay is fun, the combat is fun. But there's a lot of progression blocking, bugs, glitches, and things like that, and it's super badly optimized, much worse than what they advertised. But it's an amazing game nevertheless, and I still enjoyed it. The same with Godfall. Lack of endgame diversity content, bad optimization, not what was advertised as optimization, and in general very, very boring after a while. And another game with like 70-75% score I could give it. This game, I would also give it like 75 because it lacks content. It only has Fazira's endgame, and when it launched it was in a much worse state. Right now I think 75 is a good score to give it, because it added a lot of stuff and it added a secret alpaca level, but there are some things that just that are just missing. Some quality of life things, some bugs still linger after 6 months as well. So 2020, the year of 70-75%. I think Baldur's Gate 3 early access. It's early access. I don't like giving scores of early access games, but I think for an early access game, it's probably 80-85% for Act 1. Keep in mind, Baldur's Gate is just Act 1, Baldur's Gate 3. So for Act 1, even though it had bugs and things like that, it was fun. I enjoyed it. And I wouldn't mind returning soon when there's more content to do. Although I don't think they're ever gonna give us a second act. I think they're gonna launch the game without giving us Act 2, 3 to test, which I think is one of the worst things you can do. To have early access, to have people paying you to play and test your game for you, and to not give them as much content before launch as possible to test, to report as much bugs as possible. I think Baldur's Gate are planning to do the same mistake Wolcen did by releasing only one act for early access and then releasing the other 2 or more acts after early access without giving your testers that pay you to test your game a chance to find bugs. And I really hope that Varian Games does eventually test every single type of content before the game launches, so they can get as much feedback and as much bug reports on it before launching. But probably from all the launches, even though I don't consider early access as a launch, Baldur's Gate has been the least disappointing this year. Wolcen, super disappointing. I wouldn't even give it a 70 on launch day. I would give it like 60, 65. Due to lack of content, lack of balancing, lack of quality of life, lack of drop rates, grindiness, things like that. Right now Wolcen is probably a 70-75 in my book. Because at least they rebalanced certain things and at least they fixed a lot of bugs. And fixed some drop rates, although nerfed a lot of other things. But yeah, 2020, the year of 70s. Of 70% and 75% launches. Chronicon, on the other hand, this game I would give 90% to Chronicon. The only thing I'm not a big fan of there is the lack of balance between shit builds and meta builds. The difference between a shit build and a meta build in Chronicon is too big. And I don't like the whole speedrun mentality the game forces you into adopting. So if you like that type of thing, then you can even give it 100 if this doesn't bother you. The whole speedrun mentality, the gotta go fast mentality, and if you don't mind shit builds being super bad compared to fully optimized builds. I think shit builds should be okay to do content, but meta builds should be doing the same content much quicker. Not shit builds not being able to even think about doing the best content. That just speaks about the lack of balance between certain things. See, in Torchlight 3 with a shit build you can still do Fazir probably up to level 100 as long as you have good items. Even if you don't optimize your items, as long as you have good rolled items with enough stats, you should be able to do decent stages of the Fazir if you have completely shitty bad optimized build. And obviously if you have a meta build you're gonna be doing that content much more, much quicker and much easier. But it doesn't mean that in Ridiculous, in Torchlight 3, shit build would be impossible to play. It's possible. I can make the shittiest possible build with the least amount of synergy, without taking the right passives and basically just wasting every single skill point in the wrong place. And as long as I have good gear, I think I would still be able to at least reach 50, 100 of the Fazir dungeon. It would be slow, it would take a while. But yeah, gear is super important in this, and if you have good gear, you just do a different build. It's a different playstyle, but it's still okay. But if you take games like Path of Exile, a shit build won't be able to even tickle some of the bosses and some of the content, unless you do a completely synergized proper build. You can't even dream about doing some of the content there. And the same is with Chronicon. If you don't synergize, you're basically trash. But I still would give Chronicon a 90% right now. It's still probably one of the biggest surprises for me as launches this year in the genre. Come on. And Shadow says, just recently started playing Torchlight. Have you played Dusk Mage? If so, what is your review on it as a class in Torchlight 3? I've played every single class and subclass, all 20 combos, and I've got builds on my website, struckpub.xyz, for all of them. The Dusk Mage recently got a nice rework. It got a nice rework where Harmonic Form kind of works differently. Actually, Harmonic Form didn't exist before. On Dusk Mage before, you had to get the light buff up, and then immediately you get a buff on your buff bar, then you get the light buff up, the dark buff up, and you get the buff on the buff bar. Now, until you get all 2 buff bars up and get the buff, you don't get Harmonic Form. And I think it's much better that way, because you get that damage at the same time and you stack it up. But Dusk Mage is not everyone's favorite, because it's all about Harmonic Form. It's heavily dependent on Harmonic Form. If you don't combine light and dark skills and use Harmonic Form, then you're losing a lot of DPS. But it's amazing. It's a squishy class which can get some survivability from certain skills, like Damnation, for example, making the enemies do less damage. And I love skills like Absolver, like Entropy, like Energy Spike, Holy Bolt. There's some good skills there. Dusk Mage is fun. And Dusk Mage was the first class I played in the alpha. I started playing the game in April 2019, and I've been playing and streaming since then. So Dusk Mage was my first hero, then I made a Realm Master, then I made a Forged, and then they added the Sharpshooter, and I made my first Sharpshooter when it got added. So I've tested them all right now. I've tested every single class with every single subclass, and I've got builds for all of them. As a class, the Dusk Mage is not everyone's cup of tea due to how heavily dependent it is on Harmonic Form. But if you like that mechanic, you're gonna love the class. It can be good. It can be very fun to play, especially some builds. The only thing I miss in the game is the minus cost. Minus mana cost affixes. There were affixes that give you minus X% mana cost to a certain skill. For example, cost reduction for Absolver, cost reduction for Entropy. Those were amazing because they made casting speed builds very fun. Because with casting speed builds, you're draining your mana super quickly. And you needed that cost reduction to be able to do something about it. So you don't drain your mana in 2 seconds, but it takes longer, like 3 seconds or 4 seconds to drain your mana completely. Mm, this one, let's get rid of it.
So decisive. You say that now. I've got one of those at home.
Oh, dividing gear wiki, yes, I love this. There we go. What's this? Just blazing, dividing, and gear wiki. No shitty mods. Mr. Jackson says how you modified. Modified what? I'm not sure what you mean. How you modified? You mean the uppercut with the servo blade? Is that what you're referring to? I'm referring to this one where it's doing bunches of punches coming from the ground. Like those dildo machines, kind of. Not sure what you're referring to regarding how you modified. And welcome back, Jackson. Oh, the gear on the skin. Yes, you can do it with the style station. If you go in your fort, you should have something called style station, probably somewhere under functional. It should be under functional props, and you can put it in your fort. And as soon as you drop an item, you unlock that item's skin, and then you can apply that item's skin on any other item of the same type. You cannot dye legendary items, but if it's a blue item skin, you can even dye it. So there's dyes. There's a dye system, not just a transmog. So you cannot dye legendaries and you cannot dye weapons and offhands, but you can dye armor that is blue-green as a skin. So you can put a blue skin on a legendary item and then dye that blue skin. Yeah, style station, exactly, that's the name. You're looking for the style station. Enjoy the transmogs, enjoy the transmogs. I'm pretty happy with the way they did it. At first they were planning on making dice drops that you find around around the maps as drops and unlock them. But then they decided to remove this and just to allow us to put any map, to put any skin and any dye we want for free. So as you can see, I can transmog this. I can transmog this if I want to. I obviously can't dye this because it's legendary, but let's say I want this one. Which one looks the most like a snowball? So I can transmog to this one and then I can dye. I want red and black. Oh, this one looks nice. Okay, nice. So this is what the style station does. Just wanted to show it quickly if there's someone who didn't know. And it's not that expensive to do it. It costs a couple hundred gold or so per transmog per die. So that's pretty cheap.
Your pet has arrived.
Oh, are you sure?
You're lucky. Okay, let's do this. Terry saying be right back. Alright, Terry. Well, you didn't know, now you know. And enjoy it, it's fun. It's one of the fun things they added with this update, alongside other things. Now there's a vertical fort placement. If you hold control and use your scroll up and down, it keeps putting the item up or down. I'm not in the fort to show you right now, but yeah, you can vertically move item, not just left, right, and rotate, but you can move items up and down, which is pretty fun. And you can have some interesting placements of certain things. The same way I've placed a snowman on my. I had a snowman on my stash. I'm not sure if I have it now. It was on my other on the other server, on the test server. I put a snowman on my storage chest. I could do the same here. I think I've got the snowman unlocked now, so I could put it there. And you can put certain floors on top of arches or pillars, and they can act as rooftops. And the fort basement. The fort basement is a very fun addition. I think if Torchlight 3 gets marketed to kids who play Fortnite for the fort features, it could get a lot of kids playing it just to do the Minecraft type of things, the fort thing, the fort side of things. I think that type of players who are majorly kids could fit well into the game as players that just play casually, farm items and just do fort stuff. Obviously I'm not that type of person that does too much in their fort. I prefer farming for wood and stuff, not farming for materials. But I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a lot of people who might want to play this game as a fort game, who might want to play the fort side of things too much. who knows, maybe eventually when they're done with adding enough PvE content for us to do and enjoy, maybe they might decide to add a big patch for the Fort stuff. But I would rather not see a big patch for the Fort stuff until we get big patches for other things, like some extra endgame activities. But this game has a very big potential to be a competitor to other games like that, where you're building a base and you're collecting resources and spending those resources to just make some improvements to your base, like the PvE version of Fortnite and Minecraft and other similar games like those bunches of survival games where you have bases to build. Obviously that's not the main thing about the game and that's not what I enjoy myself, but I know there's a lot of people out there that enjoy it. There's one person from the community, Disco Machine Gun. He's amazing in regards to making weird designs in his fort. He shares those on Discord every now and then with us. And I'm looking forward to seeing his designs whenever I get bored and I feel like seeing some designs. I would go on Discord and check the Sport Your Fort channel to see some pictures there from people. I'm not the type of person that would spend too much time myself on decorating a fort, but maybe sometime I might make a fort decoration stream. I could collect a bunch of materials and just try and completely redesign it. Jackson is making a ranged forged, not forged, ranged build for, oh yeah, ranged forged. Yeah, ranged builds are fun. I already made 2 of those after the rework. Or did I make 3? I think 2. I think I made one with Swag Shot and I made one with Critical Mass. And both of those were pretty fun. I prefer Swag Shot, to be honest. I prefer Swag Shot over Critical Mass. But it's fun. Shadow says, do you think they will change their design choice on min-maxing builds? I most certainly think, I most certainly hope that they would get rid of this challenge bonus. It's the worst thing they've done to this game since alpha. This challenge bonus system. And I certainly hope they would add a system where I can change the affixes on one item to min-max it. I hope. I really hope they would do it, because they're losing a lot of players for the fact that they don't have a system that helps min-maxing. System that lets you add sockets to an item, system that lets you change the affixes that you got on an item by sacrificing some legendary essences. I'd much rather see such systems instead of stupid fishing systems. Fishing is fucking boring. Fishing in Torchlight 2 was super boring. Yeah, it was fun every now and then getting a fun fish and feeding it to your pet and having the pet transform, but it was also super overpowered sometimes to get that. And I'd much rather fight instead of stay in the fucking town and play a mini game of fishing. I'd much rather see a system where I can change the affixes on one item instead of seeing them spend and waste development time on fishing. And fishing is the most requested feature on Note, because people love playing a mini game for fishing. There's plenty of fishing games. You can go and download probably dozens of fishing games if you want to play fishing. You can even play Torchlight 2 if you want fishing. I hope they don't waste time on developing fishing anytime soon when there's pressing matters such as the lack of endgame variety and the lack of quality of life and the lack of min-maxing functions. But I constantly keep seeing people saying, why is there no fishing? Fishing was the best thing in Torchlight 2. Which it wasn't. It fucking wasn't. But everyone's free to think so. Everyone's free to think that fishing was the best thing of Torchlight 2. I'd much rather see the gathering game in this game change to the way fishing works. For example, you're gathering by clicking on a tree or on a rock or on a metal deposit, and then get some other things, not just resources. I'd much rather see that one start working the same way the old fishing did. Because at least you're not standing on a stupid fishing hole, but you're running around the map clicking on different nodes. But yeah. I did like the fishing system in regards to the pets and the fish, but I didn't like the whole minigame of the fishing. It was just boring. This one's nice. Actually gonna try and upgrade this. But yeah, fishing the most requested feature on Node. Beats me, why? Must have been a lot of fishing fanboys out there upvoting that ticket. Let's see, where do I put this rifle? Yeah, I also can't believe people think it was that good. Shadow says in his 500 plus hours he thinks he fished like 10 times or so across all characters in Torchlight 2. See? I hope, I like that there's like-minded individuals here that think the same. I mean, obviously there's plenty of fishing simulators. You can get fishing simulators on PC, on your mobile phone, on any other console. There's plenty of those if you really want to do some fishing. In fact, even in the mods, you could see the fish sold in shops, so you don't have to waste your time doing the fishing. Even in mods like the Synergies mods and some others like that, some mod packs like Draco's mod pack, which I played, that contain the Synergies. In that Draco's mod pack, you could get the fish from shops. All types of fish, including the ones that permanently change your pet. You could get them from shops, so you don't have to waste your time fishing. Draco's mod pack was amazing. I really enjoyed playing that mod. There were a lot of fun things there. The only place you fished was in WoW, where you had actually good buffs you could craft or even get a pet. I guess if that's the case, it makes sense, yeah. I did some fishing in Black Desert Online for a bit, but then I decided not to do too much. But yeah, fishing in Black Desert was like setting up that auto fishing kind of thing and leaving it be there while you're AFK. Black Desert has a lot of things that force you into staying online to do certain things while AFK, and it's just too zombifying. Black Desert is one of the most grindy and zombifying games out there, and I'm surprised how there's so many people enjoying this torture that I would call playing Black Desert. I think the only reason why they play it is for the PvP, so they can compare their e-pins with other people's e-pins, and say, look at my horse is amazing. I think that's the only thing keeping players playing Black Desert, to try and make a better crafted item, better enchanted upgrade, whatever the word was, and to be stronger in the PvP. And the stupid mentality of grinding in the same spot and fighting for those spots. I mean, obviously you would be fighting for a farming spot, but the mentality that annoyed me the most is I'm farming on a spot and I'm grinding, and I've been grinding there for 2 hours. Someone comes and kills me, and then I return to defend my spot, and he kills me again, and that keeps repeating. And he tells me I'm karma bombing when I'm just returning to the fucking spot. If he doesn't like it, he can find a different spot. But I was here before him, and I'm not gonna just go away because he killed me. If he's prepared to player kill people, he should be prepared to get the karma. First he wanted to duel me. I told him to get the fuck out, I'm not gonna duel him. I told him to PK me if he wants to. I'm not gonna go away from that spot. And on Reddit, on the Black Desert Reddit, you would see that the community is a bunch of sheep, and that if they get beaten from their spot by someone, they won't return. It's considered griefing if you return to the spot if they player kill you, which is just how silly this sounds. Someone player kills you, and then he's the good guy, you're the bad guy if you return to that spot to defend it. I mean, that's just some bullshit defeatist sheep mentality out there, and the community is full of those type of people there. I mean, the game has amazing graphics and probably the best combat system I've seen in an MMO. Black Desert. I really love the skill combat system, and it has amazing graphics for what it offers, but the grind after level 61, it's unbearable. It's unbearable, the grind and all that mentality that people have who play the game. It is idiotic, but I mean, sometimes a community can ruin a nice game. Sometimes grind can ruin a nice game. Sometimes two things, like the grind and the community, like in Black Desert's case. I'm not saying that all people are idiots there. I've met a lot of fun people. I had a fun guild I joined with nice people out there. But Black Desert is very heavily dependent on wife skilling as well, which some people enjoy. I'm not the type of person that enjoys wife skilling. I think there's got to be a limit of how necessary and how grindy using and leveling up a wife skill is, like crafting, gathering and things like those. And also there's so much RNG and so much pay to win, which people call pay for convenience, but it is pay to win. If it allows you to upgrade items easier, or allows you to have more storage, or to do other things like getting special buffs that others can't get. Obviously it's pay to win. People can try and justify it and call it pay for convenience, but it is pay to win. It is. Pay for convenience is just people trying to justify their spendings on a game. That gives you advantage over others. For me, even storage tabs in stash tabs in special stash tabs in Path of Exile also counts as pay to win, because it gives you gameplay, it gives you advantage, it gives you automated functions that you can't get without those stash tabs. It lets you store more items in a game that's all about storing and looting items and things like that. That's why I'm happy that Torchlight 3 didn't go the free-to-play route with microtransactions. It was planning on doing. It was planning on selling character slots, stash slots, and things like that in the cash shop. It wasn't planning on selling something super overpowered, but stash taps for me was kind of going to be something that feels wrong to buy in a game. Oh, where the game is all about stashing wood and collecting wood and just gathering enough wood for different builds and stashing that and keeping it. So I'm so happy that this game didn't go free to play with microtransactions.
Greetings, insignificant one. So decisive. So decisive.
Where's the Gearwalkie? Gearwalkie?
What will it be? That doesn't sound so tough.
I really hope the Diablo 3 the Diablo 3 monetization is just buy the game, buy the expansion, no microtransaction whatsoever. I really hope that's the case. We already know that Diablo Immortal will have pay to win. From this one article I can show you in a moment. So Diablo Immortal already confirmed pay to win, with certain things that would allow you access to things that you can't get if you don't pay. I would still test Diablo Immortal, but I would not spend money on those things. I would still test it and stream it just for my viewers, so I can give them an honest review of the game. But this is an article about Diablo Immortal, so what can you buy? A few examples. A good example of these values at work are crests used with Elder Rifts. Players can run Elder Rifts to their heart's content, and crests can be earned or purchased. And if you purchase them, it provides you with both personal and social benefits. Using crests spices up the experience by adding random modifiers that enhance gameplay, making a rift either easier or more challenging. Using a crest guarantees certain non-gear rewards such as runes and legendary gems. So if you don't want to farm crests, you can pay, and then boom, just run rifts. Crests also provide rift points when used by at least one member of the party. So rift points, what would that be? Is there going to be a competition regarding who gets more rift points? Is there going to be a trader? In any case, you would need those crests and you would be able to buy them. All players in the group will be rewarded with rift points even if they do not use their own crest. Accumulated rift points can then be used to acquire items such as legendary gems. Another example is reforging. Reforging item properties require special consumable, which is rerolling, and that material you can either be earning through gameplay or you can purchase it. Obviously another thing that's pay to win, because people would say it's pay for convenience because it saves you time, because you can get it by farming, but that's pay to win. You're just buying power, you're buying items. Things that give you items. Players can then reforge stones for extra rerolls on an item property or purchase specialized reforged stones which allow you to focus on the item properties you want the most. See? Then Immortal also has a battle pass progression system that allows players to earn rewards by completing seasonal quests and other in-game activities. I can probably make a video about this when I find some time and provide people with that information. The battle pass has both free and paid tracks. All players can claim rewards such as reforged stones and crests through the free track, while players with the paid track will have access to exclusive cosmetics and even more rewards. So obviously typical free-to-play pay-to-win, but at least it's going to be free-to-play. Let the kids enjoy it if they feel like it with mommy and daddy's credit cards. But yeah, at least there's no PvP that we know of. So let them pay-to-win in the PvE game as much as they want. And yeah, there's going to be market and currencies and stuff, but enough of this. Let me remove this window. So Diablo Immortal confirmed pay to progress. People would say, but it's pay for convenience and try to not admit it's actually pay to win. But that's how it is. I didn't expect anything less than that. In fact, I'm surprised that's mildly pay to win. It's not severely as I expected of a free-to-play mobile game that Diablo Immortal will be. Obviously, it's aimed at kids and men children that wanna wail it out in a free-to-play mobile game. Let the whales be whales and spend on things like those. But you can see obviously how you would want the things that you can pay for, how much convenience they would provide, and yeah. Activision killed Blizzard. Yeah, in a way. They've consumed it, and now Blizzard is just Blizzard in name. That's how it is. Thankfully Diablo 4 would not have any such shit, or at least I hope it doesn't, and I hope it's just a buy to play and then buy the expansion, and then buy the next expansion and so on. But that's the thing, Activision wants money, and premium doesn't make as much money as free to play, as cosmetics in the shops and things like that. I don't mind cosmetics in the shop as long as they're reasonably priced, and as long as they don't overdo it, and as long as those cosmetics don't affect your gameplay in any way. Especially, I don't like the Path of Exile microtransaction skill effects that give you eye cancer if you have 2-3 teammates with them in the team, and you can barely see what's happening on the screen. So hopefully Diablo doesn't do something like that. Path of Exile, play the website instead of the game. I mean, Path of Exile could just as easily make an in-game auction house and remove all the trading. But then all the websites would be out of business, like PoE Trade, and they don't want that. They appreciate what those websites have done for the game, and they don't want to put them out of business. But Path of Exile by now could have added 2-3 different auction house systems with the money they're making. They could have hired people to design a system for a few months that can be in-game built-in auction house where they can trade items automatically instead of having to trade. Obviously, if people want to trade in your game as much, you have to think about how to make trading easier. And they don't, they just let people play the website instead of the game. That's why self-farm players probably have more fun in Path of Exile. I like to believe SSF players might have more fun, because they don't have to worry about trading and things like this. But it's boring. I don't like playing so too much. In games like those, it's all about playing in a team, and it's more fun playing in a team. But in a team, there's no room for mistakes in a team. You die and then you can't return. If the team is full, you've used up all the map slots, and then you're just stuck in waiting outside of the map. Not fun, to be honest. And you lose XP on top of that, so yeah. You either play boring builds that don't die, or there's no room for mistake. Alright, there we go. Let's kill some more Netherim. You hope PoE 2 fixes a lot of these issues. I hope to as well, but I'm not getting my hopes up. I'm more excited about Diablo 4 and Grim Dawn 2 instead of Path of Exile 2. It's definitely fixing one of my biggest problems, 6-linking a 6-socketed item. I spent more money on trying to 6-link a 6-socketed Impulsor than I would have spent by just buying it from the shop. But I kept trying and I never could do it, and I probably spent the equivalent of resources that I could have just used to buy 2 6-linked or 1.5 6-linked impulses. So yeah, thankfully they're just gonna fix that whole thing with PoE 2, but I don't think I'm gonna play it. Maybe I'm gonna give it a try. Just because I want to see for myself how it feels and whether I would still be disappointed or not. But I'm gonna keep an open mind and hopefully I don't get disappointed as much as I expect to. We'll see how it is when the time comes. But I'm more excited about Grim Dawn 2 than Path of Exile 2. And definitely more excited about Diablo 4 compared to any of the other 2 games I mentioned. I'm wondering if THQ Nordic is planning on making Titan Quest 2 now that they've got the rights to the game. I think a new Titan Quest with a new engine would be amazing to try and play. Because it has a good war, it has very good war, it has interesting classes, it's the mythology, the Greek mythology and things like that. And then they can try and make Titan Quest 2 where you go to Egypt. Actually, you did have Egyptian kind of zones, but they can make it centered mostly around Egypt. Although they did have Atlantis, Egypt, Greece, things like that. So maybe Titan Quest 2, they can redo the game just with a better engine and with a different system, and maybe have a new type of story. And I like the Nordic. I really like the Nordic quests where you go into the Nordic mythology. It was pretty fun. I mean, as a setting, as a premise, Titan Quest has amazing premise there. And Titan Quest 2, if they decide to make it, if it's made well, like any other game, if it's made well, it can make a big hit.
You say that now. Seen it before. Oh, that's interesting. That doesn't sound so tough.
It's here.
That doesn't sound.
Your lucky status immune.
Let us go.
No bleeding, meaning no rupture. And Shadows that said the amount of time he or she spent in a third-party application or website for Path of Exile instead of the actual game is too much. And what about the amount of time you've spent going back to your base to trade an item with others? The amount of times that you needed to use up a map portal to go back to your base just so you can trade that one item with others. Or the amount of time spent trading in general, doing trade transactions. Instead of having an automated system that handles this for you. Where you just put the item, list the item on the auction house, and then eventually whenever it gets bought, it gets bought. What about all the bots and all the gold traders? Not gold traders, but exalted traders and things like that. What about people selling items for real money in Path of Exile? That's not gonna change in Path of Exile 2. There's still gonna be people making money, a black-gray market from the game. People selling items for real money. I don't like that in a game. I don't think a game should have a black market of people selling items of any type for real money. Because that's in a way pay to win. Yes, someone has to get the item first before you can buy it, but then you can pay and then get that item. I don't think that belongs in Wooter games. The same goes for Wolsen, it has the same problem. Thankfully Warhammer Chaosbane is not as big as a game, in fact it's very small as a game in regards to how many people play it, but it would have suffered from the same problem there as well in Chaosbane. But in Chaosbane it's not server-wide, so you can even dupe items if you want to. So obviously people won't take it seriously in Chaosbane when your saves are local. I found it very weird how people were buying items in Borderlands 3. In Borderlands 3 you can dupe items as much as you want. You can cheat, hack and whatever because the saves are local. Yet people were paying money to buy min-maxed items. And most likely someone would sell the same exact item duped 10-20 times and they would sell it 10-20 times to different people who are stupid enough to pay money for items in Borderlands 3. Which is the most stupid thing ever. Yet there's always people who pay, and there's always people who are willing to give their money to buy items in a game, which is it baffles me why someone would want to do this. To buy power in game. In a non-competitive game, mind you. In just a Wooter game where it's all about farming that item, getting that item yourself or getting a different item to trade it for another one. Why people would want to take shortcuts and just open their wallets and and buy the power. Let's see if anything else dropped. By the way, Mountain King Will, is it better than mine? HP. This one is going to get dismantled. It's pretty much useless to me. Shadows, the amount of maps he's lost is because he chose to leave to sell an item is way too high. Same for me when I used to play. It's neat to get some social interaction, but again, trading without some limitations can lead to black markets, grey markets, or whatever you want to call it. Of people abusing that system. And there's always going to be people abusing that system because there's always going to be people willing to pay. If no one bought scalped video cards, there wouldn't be people selling scalped video cards. If no one bought items in games, there wouldn't be people selling those. It's always like that. People would be doing that as long as there's sheep to buy it. Is max level in this game 60? Yes, the maximum level of your character is 60. The maximum level of the end game is 251. And after level 16, after this stage, the items give you 0.5% stats extra per stage. So this is 0.5, this is 1, 1.5, 2, 2.5 and so on percent extra stats. So the items would still be level 60, but they would be level 60 items with a percent of extra stats on it. So for example, you can see this one, 117% extra stats. And then this one is 0.5, then this one is 117, this one is 5.5, 13%. It goes all the way to 118% at stage 251. And welcome to my stream, to my Twitch channel, Woodix. Welcome to the Struck Club. But I also agree, having some sort of trading system does give you nice interaction with people. For example, I really enjoyed Diablo 3 trading. You only trade with people in your team if they were there when the item dropped. It's very limiting, but it also prevents black market as much as it can. I mean, you can still sell power, you can still sell gear boosting. You can still get someone to pay you to boost them. If he plays the same class as you, you can just keep farming gear, and if it drops something that they need, they can take it. So that's the only way I can think of in Diablo 3 how people could sell items. But you can't guarantee that you're gonna get them that one ancient item, or that one set item that they need, or that one legendary. You can't guarantee it's gonna drop the right item. You can just guarantee that you're gonna kill stuff for them to get them geared up quicker. So in Diablo 3 at least you don't have this black market of people selling stuff, and you can still have some sort of trading, and you can still meet people and interact and exchange items and things like that if you drop something that everyone needs. Have you played any other ARPGs recently? Last Epoch is a game I would recommend, but keep in mind Last Epoch has some problems with optimization, and it still hasn't resolved them, but I really liked the new class. I really liked leveling up a little bit of a rogue in Last Epoch. I've played a lot of ARPGs recently. The last few months I've played Chronicon, I've played Warhammer Chaosbane, I've played this game, Last Epoch, and what else did I play? I can't remember. There might be some other stuff. I mean, not sure what you are referring to as ARPGs, because for me Kingdoms of Amalur is also an ARPG. Witcher is also an ARPG, and I've played Kingdoms of Amalur: The Re-Reckoning recently. Normally I've noticed people referring to Diablo style Wooter isometric ARPGs as ARPGs in general, but that's not the only type of ARPGs out there. There's many action RPGs, so yeah, I've played some recently. Chronicon is fun, but it has that gotta go fast mentality designed into the game, with that kill streak bonus that you have to keep it up. And as I said earlier in my stream, it's super... The difference between a shit build and a meta build is super high, and a shit build cannot do the best content. And I think in a game, a shit build should be able to do the best and hardest content, just not as quick and as easy as a meta build. I think a game should be balanced in such a way that even if you don't optimize your build, you should be able to complete the hardest content, just with a lot of difficulties and much slower than someone with a meta build. I think meta builds should provide you ease and speed in completing the hardest content. And I think the difference between a shit build and a meta build should be very balanced in regards to... And just the build should be... Making a build should be about picking a playstyle, not picking the one build that can do the content. And in Chronicon there's a lot of build diversity, but if you don't optimize your build to be a meta build, you can only dream about doing the hardest type of content with a shitty build. But it's definitely a good game. I was just talking about Chronicon earlier in my stream, and I said I would still give it like 90% solid mark, based on the things I don't like, which I mentioned, the disparity between shit and meta builds, and the super speed, gotta go fast speedrunning mentality that the game is designed around. So those are the only two things that make me give it 90% instead of 100. And that's just my own personal choice, personal preference of games and mechanics. But the quality of life for a game developed by a single person is amazing. You have so much min-maxing you can do. So many things you can do in regards to changing your affixes, changing your enchantments. So many things you can tinker with out there. So Chronicon is my biggest surprise this year in regards to a game I didn't expect to be this good when it launched. And mind you, that was a game developed by a single person who outsourced music, art and other things to other people. But one dev. So one person in charge of the coding. Obviously, Chronicon, it did get a lot of attention. It's not everyone's cup of tea. Not everyone likes pixel graphics games. I love them, honestly. So that's why it wasn't that popular. But the guy still made a bunch of money, which hopefully would help him work on improvements to the game or a second game. If this guy was in charge of designing some of the endgame systems and some of the quality of life features and crafting features in other games that we play out there, those games would have been much better. Last Epoch also has amazing crafting and itemization system. And I wouldn't mind recommending it to people if they're looking for something new. Just keep in mind it's not really good optimized. Just a moment, I was chewing on some candy. So he's saying, what games do you think are the best at making the most builds viable? I don't know, games where they're trying to balance everything. It's very hard to balance. And balancing is probably one of the hardest things for a isometric water game. Obviously, games where it's easier to balance things are shooters. In shooter games, it's a bit easier to balance things. But it's very heavily dependent. For example, it depends what type of shooter. Is it Paladin's Overwatch type of shooter? And in Overwatch, it's probably easier to balance than in Paladins, because in Paladins you have builds and cards and loadouts. And in games like Counter-Strike and Valorant, it's all about weapons. Maybe those are a bit easier to balance than games like this and Path of Exile and Diablo. But they can be balanced. This game, I think, is better balanced than most other games out there. But now with the addition of those extra challenge bonus stats, that's changing a lot. That's making certain items be so much more overpowered than others. And it's super boring and super demotivating to have such a system in the game, knowing that you need to reach a certain stage to get the strongest items, and knowing that you can only get the strongest items by doing Fazir. So even if you do the secret alpaca level, you can't get as good items anymore. It's kind of disappointing. But yeah, I don't think it matters what type of game it is. I think it just matters about how well the developers balance it. It's up to the devs to balance a game. Shadow says Witching being a story-based Western RPG. Dark Souls. Witching? What's Witching? I was talking about The Witcher, not Witching. House Rarity. I hope I pronounced it well. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Club to you. Yeah, Dark Souls creating the Souls-like genre. The Souls-like genre existed before Dark Souls, to be honest. It just Dark Souls made it more popular. The third person action RPG where you have to dodge and where you have to just position yourself well, and where you die and that's it, and you have to respawn from the last checkpoint and things like that. Now, I wouldn't call Witcher Western RPG. Or maybe you mean that it's not Asian. Is that what you mean? Because it's European based. It's made by a Polish studio. And Eastern European even. But yeah, I like the lore. I like the Witcher series, how they were made. And those ARPGs are fun. Single player story driven ARPGs where choices matter are pretty fun, like Kingdoms of Amalur: The Re-Reckoning. But those are not as played because people tend to play multiplayer games where they can say, hey, look at my items, they're better than yours, fuck you, you're a loser, you don't have as good items as mine. People want to play games where they can compete, where they can say my items are better than yours. My build is better than yours and things like that. And that's what mostly people play. Other people play multiplayer games because of the co-op. I'm that type of person. I play those games because of the co-op. Because I like playing with others and it's fun. It's fun playing games like those as co-op. And then there's people who play those games to compete, who do leaderboards, who are all about ranking and who are just pushing a build to the limits to see how far they can go in a leaderboard. I'm definitely not that type of person, but there's those type of people, and you can do that in The Witcher, for example. There's no leaderboards there, and there's no multiplayer, there's no competitive there. With the vanilla game, obviously there's mods that can enable multiplayer, and you can play multiplayer with mods in games like those when those mods are made. But yeah, I find it weird when people try to compare items, compare E-pins in a PvE game. And I find it weird how games like Diablo 3 have leaderboards on a PvE game. I mean, the type of PvE, competitive PvE I approve is arcade games with high scores. That's the type of competitive PvE I understand. Arcade games where you have a high score and when you're competing who would do a better high score. But games like Diablo, where it's all about Paragon levels, giving you extra stats, where it's a no-life competition, it feels wrong when you don't have a limit on the Paragons, and everyone is basically using the exact same build from the top players, because that's the meta build, that's the one true meta build that can push further and further, and it's all about spending more time to farm more Paragon levels, so you can push that 1, 2, 3 extra Rift levels, or push that 10, 20 extra seconds of that record. So hopefully Diablo 4 doesn't do the same mistakes Diablo 3 did, hopefully, in regards to the competitive. Does Kingdoms of Amalur have endgame? No, it doesn't have endgame. It's a game you play like The Witcher. It's fun to play, especially for the story and things like that. It's nice if you want to do it for the story, and if you just feel like playing that type of a game, I definitely won't mind recommending it. it has an amazing world out there. Yeah, it matters what sells, exactly. When developers design their games, they're obviously thinking of how can we make money from that game, and what do people play, and what would sell. And that's normal. Especially when big developers like Blizzard, Activision, EA, etc., when those big publishers and developer kind of studios design games where it's all about corporate, where it's all about stock prices and selling stuff. Those games sometimes don't really care much about the players, unfortunately. Some of those companies, because it's fat guys in suits who make the decisions sometimes. That's why I like mid-sized and small-sized studios. Mid and small-sized studios, they really do care about their player base, and they do put their souls in the games they're making, and they're trying to improve them. And when the community doesn't like it, they try to take it seriously and improve it. See, the Torchlight 3 devs in multiple times have listened to player feedback and made 180 on certain designs in the game, throughout the alpha, throughout the beta, even after the game launched. They reworked the relics, made them subclasses. Actually, I think that was before the game launched. But yeah, they reworked the Forged after player feedback, and now the Forged is much more fun to play. They do listen, and the same goes for 11th Hour Games, the developers of Last Epoch. They obviously listen, and the same goes for Create Entertainment, the developers of Grim Dawn. They have listened to the community so much that they've even added some of the community-made mods into the official game. Some of the quality of life mods that were made by the community have made their way into the actual version of Grim Dawn, to the actual game. Let's see.
Welcome back, contender.
Your pet has returned.
Shadow says Diablo 3 Rift leaderboards was okay. Speedrunning Rifts was fun when a season was early. Within the first 2-3 weeks, you made a competitive channel build in D3 during I think season 11 or so. I don't know. I never liked the competitive leaderboards when people were all about pushing Paragon levels. If the Paragons were limited at level 100, at level 1200, 1600, maybe 1800, it would have changed the competitive leaderboards much more. But that's just my own opinion, my way of seeing things. If there was a limit on Paragons and if it was about pushing the timing and everything. But the most boring thing about Diablo 3 is the itemization. The whole set system is so broken and so boring. It's like, if you want to use this skill as a very, very strong skill, you get this set and you don't mix and match sets. Whereas in this game, I only need 3 pieces of one set to get the bonus. See, I can equip 3 Mountain King pieces, and all of them would get the bonus, and I don't need all 6 pieces. And then I can put another piece of the set or 2 in my Legendarium, and then get those boosted by the set bonus. And you can mix and match 3 pieces of one set, 3 pieces of another set. That's much more fun to me. And when I get a set, I don't get a super overpowered strong skill. That's a must-have to get in order to have a viable build. LON builds are also fun in Diablo 3, but yeah, very gear dependent again. And the only viable ones when you're not using a set, I guess. Thankfully, in Diablo 4 so far they haven't announced sets. I was a big fan of sets in Diablo 2, not a big fan of those in Diablo 3, and I hope if they add sets in Diablo 4 they don't make them like this, where you're removing a lot of the choices from the player. I like how they're making the legendary affixes in Diablo 4, where you can just mix and match certain legendary affixes regardless of what piece they roll on. I like how I can get the same affix on leg armor, on chest armor, on gauntlets, on rings, on boots. Diablo 4 so far is very promising in regards to itemization. But until the game is out, everything's subject to change. So Diablo 3 was also very hyped, and we were seeing good things before the game launched, and when it launched, we got that auction house. The PvP got removed. So, I mean, you never know with Activision, you never know. I feel sorry for Chaos Bane. Chaos Bane had so much potential to be an amazing game, but it had a very rough launch, and people put it on their blacklist very early. Now no one would even consider returning into the game, even though it's in a much better state. It still gets pretty boring after 100 hours or 150 hours of playing, when you've tested all the different builds you can make. And I think what Chaos Bane really needs right now is a rerolling system, a bunch of improvements to the endgame experience, like reworks to some of the endgame modes, maybe some new endgame modes, and new items. That's what Chaos Bane needs. But it's definitely not a bad game, but it's not a great game either. Chaos Bane is a 60% game. That is pretty good if you get it on 60% off sale. But Chaos Bane is the game that you can consider yourself being single player 99% of the time, unless you have friends that buy it with you to play together with. It's still fun though. I still think Chaos Bane can offer some fun times. There's some builds to explore there, just not that many. Because it suffers from the same problem as Diablo 3. You have to complete a full set to get the most out of it, to get that heroic skill, and that heroic skill is a much stronger version of that skill. And you don't have non-set items in Chaos Bane, except weapons and offhands and accessories. You don't have non-set armor. It would have been nice if they made some non-set armor pieces that can replace the set ones. Chaos Bane copied too much from Diablo 3, and for no good reasons. It copied the bad things of Diablo 3, like the limited itemization. It didn't copy the good things of Diablo 3, such as the item rerolling system, such as the Gambler. Wet kisses, nice. You pushed Rift 94 or so at the end of the season. Pretty nice. For that time, I'm assuming, because back when I played 120, Rift was pretty easy to reach with my class. Back then, when I was doing Demon Hunter in season 16, I think, the Royal Grandeur, the season where they reworked the Demon Hunter and made it strong. I think before I quit, I could reach like Rift 121 too, where the top players were reaching 130 or something like that. I can't remember exact numbers. I might be off by a few levels there. But in general, I didn't push for the sake of pushing and competing. I just wanted to test the build, how far I can push it. To see if it's a decent build. It was super RNG dependent. It was super dependent on what monsters you get in the map, with what affixes, and how much they're clustered. I definitely didn't like the Rift system where you have a time limit. I'd much rather have a system where it counts how much time you've spent instead of how much time you've got left. And things like that. Just not a fan of how rifting works in general in Diablo 3 at all. I think in Grim Dawn it works a little bit better, but still kind of the same. I just don't like rifting endgame. I like survival endgame, like Crucible in Grim Dawn. I like raids and defenses and things like that. In Torchlight 3 I would like to see a naval battle. I've said it multiple times. I remember every time I see this loading screen with the sea monster. I would like to see a battle where you're on a ship traveling to the boss, to the monster, to the sea monster. And for like 5 minutes there's sea creatures climbing your ship and you're defending, fighting on the ship. And then after 5 minutes you maybe reach the sea monster, and then there's a big raid where you have to use the cannons to incapacitate the monster, and someone is controlling the ship to dodge the monster's attacks. And then once you stun and incapacitate the monster, you have a small window of opportunity where you can DPS, and then you have a few seconds to go back to controlling the ship before the monster can start moving and attacking again. And maybe someone should be using the cannons to stun it and things like that, while another person might be fighting monsters on the board. Something like that. I mean, there's many ways someone that's actual game designer can make this work and make it fun. But I would like to see some weird endgame modes like this. And to have a checkpoint. So if you've reached the stage where you fight the monster, to have a checkpoint where you can reset and start over from that checkpoint, and not have to do the whole first 5 minutes again if the team wipes or whatever. There's definitely ways one can come up with some crazy wacky ideas of endgame activities that have never been done before. People just need to be a bit more creative with their endgame. Not just copy paste what has been done and just rebrand it as a different name and slightly tweak it and tinker it. But copy pasting is not bad as long as it fits. Copy pasting systems from other games, if they fit in your game, I'm all for it. Like for example the rerolling of items in Diablo 3, I think belongs in every single looter game. Regardless whether it's a looter shooter, a hack and slash looter isometric, hack and slash looter third person. Diablo 3 style of rerolling, salvaging items and rerolling with those materials belongs in every looter game in my opinion. And I wouldn't mind developers copying such a system. Because it's good, it gives you something to do with unnecessary items, and gives you a way of min-maxing your current items that you want to use. And in most looter games such a system would fit, if not 100%, at least 95% or 99% of the looter games out there. Such a system would fit in those pretty well. It won't fit in Last Epoch, because Last Epoch already has some sort of a system that lets you min-max things. You just craft them one by one instead of changing what's already on the item. I mean, it could probably still fit there, but since you can craft items from scratch, obviously it's gonna be just redundant in a way. Not completely, but still kind of redundant. Torchlight 3 could greatly benefit from such a system, and so can Chaos Bane. And so can games like Borderlands. Even games like the PvE version of Torchlight, even the PvE Torchlight, like back in 2016 or 2015, I can't remember what year it was when I tried it. Even that game had such an option to reroll the items, added eventually with one of the patches. So it fits. This system really fits in games, being able to reroll an affix to a different one and to min-max items in that way. Let's see, MedOS.
Here.
Gua says, hello Struck, I'm here again, how are you today? I'm fine, thanks for asking, I hope you're doing fine as well. And sorry if I noticed the message too late. I try to check messages when I'm not fighting, when I'm in between maps, and sometimes if it's like an easy fight, then I know I won't die easily by moving my eye to the chat. How's my gold coins? 13,000. If I get to 20 something, I can try and gamble for helmets again.
Your pet has returned.
I need to drink a little, so just give me a moment. Okay, I'm gonna load up a map, and while the map is loading, I'm gonna eat some candy and stay a little bit far from the microphone so you don't hear me munching. Let's just find this map. Alright, it loaded. Let's see now. There we go. Alright, there we go with this. And you said he's alright and thanked me. Good to hear that, good to hear that. Holidays are coming, so there's gonna be a lot of eating around the holidays. Is everyone prepared for all the food that needs to be eaten around Christmas? That's probably my favorite part about the holidays, the amounts of food that normally should be eaten. Even the presents I don't like as much as all the eating. But I did say it yesterday, I think. Even when my stomach is full and I can no longer eat more, I'm still hungry. It's like I'm permanently hungry, even if I don't have room for more food in my stomach. the probably classical case for gluten. You wish they get group system like Diablo 3 so we can play with other people. What do you mean group system like Diablo 3? Which game? Do you mean Diablo 4? Diablo 4 would have a group system, obviously. We've seen it in action, and it would have open world bosses that you can just kill. Basically, Diablo 3 would be very similar to Torchlight Frontiers, while it was a semi-MMO. Having open world zones where you can encounter random people from the same region in that zone, fighting monsters. Torchlight used to be like that. While it was Torchlight Frontiers, that's how it used to be. You could go into a zone and there would be some random people that are close to you, connected to the server, and you can just kill stuff next to them, and you could buff each other with a buff. As long as you're nearby, you could get a buff that gave you extra gear work. And then when it changed to Torchlight 3 from Torchlight Frontiers, they removed those MMO elements. They removed the respawning enemies. Enemies used to respawn in those zones. And then since they made those zones one time only kill until it reloads after like 7-8 minutes or whatever. In Torchlight 3 they're not gonna have this because it became a game that can be played offline. So they're not gonna add such a system here. But Diablo 4 took the Torchlight Frontiers model. And we may not get Torchlight Frontiers, but we're getting Diablo 3. Diablo 4. So not so bad, I guess. For Diablo to copy Torchlight, not so bad in this regard. Blizzard definitely has the money and resources to invest into making a game with such a system, with a semi-open world, not completely semi-open world, and bosses and world bosses over there that you can farm and grind. I'm still waiting for Lineage and Eternal. Lineage Eternal was gonna be the Diablo of the Lineage franchise. It's probably gonna end up being a pay-to-win, free-to-play title, but you never know. We might get surprised. I'm not even sure they're even working on it. Maybe they decided to not work on it anymore. Back in the day when they announced Lineage Eternal, it looked like something amazing, some next-gen stuff going on there. It looked kind of like Wilson. Maybe Riot Games would make a League of Legends hack and slash isometric game in the League of Legends universe. Riot Games have contracted a lot of different studios to work on a lot of different games in the League of Legends universe. So I won't be surprised if eventually they make a hack and slash isometric game in that universe. It would be interesting, at the least, to see how they can make it. It's probably not gonna be Riot Games that make it, but rather a different studio. But imagine the variety of things you can do if you get a game with the League of Legends characters, every single character of those, or with the Dota, with the Dota characters from Valve, something like that game, something with the isometric camera, but in the universe of Dota or League of Legends. As a isometric hack and slash looter with a bunch of items and stuff that you can get. Standy TJE says, hey there, I just got Torchlight 3 on the Switch. What class is a good starter? Electric Relic is something I'd like to use. Electric Relic is definitely a good starter. And as for class, any class is good. Right now, even the Forged is a good class, but the more typical class, very close to what you might be used to in other games, is the Sharpshooter. Sharpshooter is very similar to Rangers in other games. It doesn't have that difficult gimmick. Dusk Mage, for example, is pretty good as well, but it requires heavily balancing light and dark skills, and having at least one light and at least one dark skill in your build. You can't go all dark or all light because you're gonna lose a lot of DPS if you do it. Where could that bait be? We're missing the fish bait, the bait meat. So I would suggest maybe try a Sharpshooter as your first class. Railmaster is also fun on Electrode, but for Railmaster, the train is normally the stronger one. I've got a lot of builds, by the way. If you want some ideas about builds, you can go on my website struckquip.xyz, and you can check some of the builds I've made there for ideas. Some of them are some of those are a little bit outdated, and would require some tweaking, but not much tweaking. And whenever you need information, if you have questions, you can ask me here if I'm live, or you can send me a private message, or you can message me on Discord, or ask on my Discord server. I've got my own Discord server that people can join. I'm gonna give the link in a moment. So even if I'm not online, whenever I get online, whenever I see the message, I wouldn't mind replying out there. But the Electrode is a very good starter, a relic. The Electrode and the Flaming Destroyer are the relics with the damage. Standy TJE, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Welcome to the Struck Club to you. Come on. Load up. So yeah, if someone wants my Discord, this is the comment. If someone wants to join it, feel free to ask me out there as well. Unique's essential. Just a moment, just a moment. Trying to find the gear wiki map. There we go. Oh, shifting shackles. No thanks. I'm not a fan of this one. It's a boring modifier. Unique's gear wiki. Perfect. Unique's gear wiki. Let's see now. It's my quest. Code sheets. I love that they've added the machine works as a layout as well to the maps. Wait, is this a dead end here? No, it's not. Let's go there then. Okay, enough of that. One more code sheet left. I intentionally didn't pick up to get it to drop more. I'm not gonna pick up until I'm done with this fight here. Oh, there's another one. See, you can see the enemies behind the wall, but you cannot see the AoEs and other things that can hit you behind the wall. So I'd much rather see the wall become transparent instead of seeing outlines of what's behind the wall. Because yeah, you see outlines of items, you see outlines of your pets and other minions that you might have alongside the pet, and then you see yourself and the enemies, but you can't see those poison balls, you can't see the blazing modifiers on the ground, you can't see electric storms like Stormbringer things. So it's much better if the wall becomes transparent instead of seeing outlines. I think I had a better shield I can equip somewhere. What if I were to equip the Liu General? Lose the block chance and stuff. Can I get chance to bleed? Burn chance. I'm gonna run out of gold coins. Okay, that's good. Losing some defense and block chance, so let's see if I'm gonna be squishier that way. Also, let's go to my basement. I had an alpaca shield somewhere here, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe it's not here. What about this one? Is that one better than the previous one? No. Wall level. What about this Liu General? Wall level. Okay.
Couldn't get enough of old Fazir, eh?
Because I no longer need the frost wall if I'm not using item granted skills. Which means I can benefit from the Liu General or from a different shield there. The Liu General is fun, but the Liu General is not good for my build. Because my build does not use up my energy quickly. And it doesn't generate energy very quick. The faster you use up all the energy, the faster you would get it up again. Which means the faster you would activate the Liu General. So the Liu General is good for builds that use Spinning Blade or Drain. Not good for builds that use Bloodseekers. So if you dump the energy with Spinning Blade or Drain, you can dump it in a second or two. And then go back to rebuilding it. That applies to every single relic. Liu General not as great for builds that use the aura, but very good for the builds that can dump energy in seconds. All of the energy. Sometimes I don't even let my energy go to the maximum before I start my aura. It's just muscle memory, and I just do it sometimes without even thinking about it. I never, but not never, but most of the times I don't wait for my energy to reach 100 before I activate my Bloodseekers. Now I gotta try it and get used to saving it up and activating only when it's ready. Shit, I activated right before it reached 100. I thought it reached 100 and I probably activated this. I think I activated it around 98-97% energy. So I couldn't get the Liu General buff. I think the Liu General needs to activate when energy reaches 80 or 90%, not 100%. You're probably seeing that my rupture is triggering much more often now. And my bleeding does more damage. Let's try and do bleeding on them. Bleeding and poison. I'm gonna bleed them and poison them. See how much damage they take. Was that 52,000 bleed? 9,000 bleed. That's not crit. So my bleed right now is I think 90% weapon damage or something. Bleed damage 104%. Okay. Bleed chance 72, poison chance 47. Bleed duration 6.7, poison duration 2.5. So 104% weapon damage is what my bleeding does. You can get that to 200 even over. Obviously it can't compare to something like this that can go up to 3000 weapon damage, even more. If you build the right way, this can go to 4000 weapon damage every 4 seconds. In fact, when they fix it, it should be every 3.6 seconds, not 4. Because right now I've got yeah, I've got 4 seconds cooldown, and this 4 seconds cooldown should be reduced by fracking strike. Right now it isn't, but it should, and this should be 3.6 seconds.
That spell can't be cast.
And Foxfat just used the builds command. Welcome to my channel. Enjoy the builds. If you have any questions regarding some of my older builds and how I would do them now, now that there's more items in the game, now that there's some changes, some rebalances and some reworks, feel free to ask me either here or on Discord or just as a PM if I'm not online. But I do have builds. I do have at least one build for every class subclass combo. For some of them I already have 2-3 builds. And bit by bit I'm revisiting every class and subclass. It just takes a while to level up and gear up a hero. If you don't already have it leveled up and geared up to a reasonable state. I'm not sure what I'm revisiting after this. Probably one of my electrode builds, either sharpshooter or mage electrode, will be revisited after this forged. But before revisiting another class, I want to revisit my forged blood drinker, the punchbot drain a lot, which is a build with drain. And for that build I want to do some changes, some reworks. Most likely I would include Fracking Strike in the setup as a tier 3 skill, as a Steam spender. Should I do a push? No, I don't really need it because it's taking longer to farm there. But I might get bored and do one.
You say that now. So decisive. Seen it before. Honestly, I think
You're lucky, but shifting shackles.
you're up to the challenge.
See, what I said some time ago is this needs to be quality of life. When I click here, those maps should immediately flip. So this flip animation should do itself. So you click here, it shows you all 3 cards, and all 3 cards automatically flip after they do. See, animation 1, boom, end. Animation 2 starts here, boom, for all 3 cards. Instead of forcing you to click, unnecessarily clicking on cards. This is super not important. I'd much rather see proper development on new content like new endgame activities, but eventually when they do have time I would like to see someone optimizing the amount of times we need to click to perform certain actions in the game. Or a search option where you can type the affix name or click on the affix from a list, and then it highlights all the maps that contain this affix. So if you're farming for a certain affix like Gearwalkie or Unix or Dividing or Infamous, to be able to easily check some highlights of this one. That's my quest to kill Netherim. Okay, let's group them up. But the Liu General is definitely a fun item for many builds to have. My Drain build maybe would have the Liu General in it. That extra 25% damage for a few seconds, for 8 seconds, is too good to miss out on it. Even if I just equip it in the Legendarium and not on my character. And I really wish they would add affixes like damage to drain or the equivalent, damage to spinning blade or the equivalent. We need affixes like those on the helmet, the gauntlets and the boots / hatch. I need to make a ticket in note about this suggestion, to allow for people to focus more on the relic skills if they want to, as sources of damage, if they feel like it. Because someone might want to make a subclass centric build where they're focusing more on the subclass skills as damage sources rather than your own class skills. And then in those cases, instead of getting damage to servo driven or damage to slug shot or damage to fracking strike or cyclone or rapid strike, rapid fire, you might wanna be stacking those other bonuses. But if they make it helmet, gauntlets and boots / hatch, you wouldn't have to choose one or the other. You can have one and the other. Because it's gonna be different 3 items that can contain the bonuses. And then you're gonna be choosing between crit chance and the damage, or crit damage and the damage. Yeah, that's actually it. On the shoulders you can get crit damage, on the helmet crit chance, on the boots and hatch you can get crit damage. And if you're lucky you can get that crit damage or crit chance with the damage affix. Actually it won't be shoulders, it would be gauntlets. On the gauntlets you cannot get crit chance or crit damage. So you won't be sacrificing much DPS stats. But it would be nice to attach a DPS stat on the gauntlet for relic stuff. Even if it's just 2 items, I still won't mind it, being able to get like 60-70% damage to drain would be pretty fun. Okay, this way. Alright, there we go. I'm activating these Bloodseekers pretty early, and I never get that that Liu General to proc because of the time I'm activating. Okay, let's get rid of items before this spirit reaches me. See, this spirit needs to despawn. They need to remove it when the boss dies. It's just silly. You're trying to check some items that drop to wood some items, and then this spirit just stands next to you and keeps damaging you. What is this shield here? Oh, that's my alpaca shield. Let's equip that one. Well, now I need to change my weapon to look the part. I wish there was something dark and black that fits. This fits kind of. Something that would look black steel. If only we had something with black steel. Or with red glow, it would have been perfect. This one maybe fits, a little bit of black steel there. This one looks nice. So I'm wondering, should I go Servo Blade? Servo Blade seems to be the most befitting, but I like the design of this more, but it has red, It kind of fits a boat drinker setup. If only it had a red glow. It would have been nice if items got a glow based on the element of their major damage type. Although this one would have gotten poison, so it wouldn't have fit my setup.
Hey, if it isn't all what's their name? Well chosen. That makes me strangely
Oh, Gearwork, what Gearwork? Berserking. Come on, load up. Let's fight the sea monster. Another kill, another quest. Okay, come on, die. There we go. 23%. There's a good density on this map. Let's group them up here. Let's stay here and debuff, boom, damage. Already 50% quest done. Let's try and group them up. That one there is missing. Come on. Can I pull some more? That was a nice amount of enemies pulled together. See, the way Rupture works is the more enemies you have next to each other, the more effective it is. Because it's an explosion that hits enemies in a radius, and every enemy that you're hitting has a chance to proc it, and it's just amazing for the spin to win setup if you have a ton of enemies nearby. Not as effective on a single enemy, much more effective when there's multiple enemies, because there's multiple things that proc rupture, multiple explosions that hit the same enemy. I just do it with just rupture. Obviously it takes much longer. And the servo blade just obliterates them with that damage. But rupture is not super high damage. It's what, was it 50% weapon damage or 45% weapon damage? Okay. I just realized this was a two-hander. I was wondering what the hell is happening with crit chance on a one-handed. Then I realized it was a two-handed. Come on, load up. 8:24 p.m.
Your head is back.
Okay, let's check the next one. Wait, what's this legendarium thing that I've unlocked? It says I've unlocked something new. I don't know which one. Oh, it's this one. Not really new, but haven't checked in a while.
If you think you can take it. But can you do it with one arm tied behind your back?
Alright, let's see here.
You say that now. That makes me strangely...
One arm tied behind your back. That would be a fun thing to try. Disabling your shield or focus item. Unequipping your shield and focus item when you do the map. Having to do it with just one arm.
You know, in the vault. Nicely...
But what happens if you're doing a two-handed build? How are you gonna do it if you don't have a one-handed weapon at hand? There's so many ways an affix like that could go wrong. If it's unequipping something, maybe something could go wrong there. How did I summon O3 Holy Icon Alpacas this quickly in the map at the start? Like, seriously, this has a chance on block to happen, so maybe I just need to get them to hit me some. Group up more of them, get them to hit me. I'm not gonna rely on it too much, I'm just gonna think of it as extra something that happens every now and then when I take hits. Brave Fabian says, but quite wiki, just got to Ancient Ember, Gloves and Hatch. Gloves and Hatch, okay, nice. They heard you. Okay, that's nice. Yeah, the Hatch is pretty fun, and I don't remember what the gloves were. Were the gloves the ones that have 2% chance to do drain, chaotic strikes and things like that? I'm gonna check it. Ancient Ember, Gloves and Hatch, which one were those? Ancient Ember, yeah, 2% chance to cast the Mayhem skill, as I like to call it. And the Hatch was... what was the Hatch? Oh, the Hatch is the same of the boots. The Hatch is the one that gives you the reset, the battery skill. The battery skill is amazing for builds that are spamming relic energy and that are spamming the relic ultimate. So for example, builds with summoning smash are pretty fun with that, and probably builds with what's its name, Arachnid Assault, where you don't do much damage but you have the Queen Spider. Maybe you can get 2 Queen Spiders. I haven't tested it. If I get it, I will test it for sure on some builds there. But yeah, for builds that are spamming the Mayhem stuff, it's pretty fun. Because you can spam your Mayhem skill, which for me in this relic is Spinning Blade. Then I can use the battery from the Hatch, and then I can spam it again for another full energy setup, because it gets instantly filled up. And I can do that every X seconds, but if I have the Frost Wall shield, that's 25% less cooldown, and or 50% with the set bonus. So that means instead of every 60, I think I can do it every 30 seconds. If I'm not mistaken, 60 is the default cooldown. I still can't find them. Maybe they removed them from this list here. The Ancient Ember Boots or Hatch. There we go. You don't even need the Dance of Death immediately able to cast if you don't use it. So you don't even need the set bonus on those. Chaotic Strikes builds with this would be amazing because you don't need the set bonus. But Chaotic Strikes builds can make your eyes hurt. If you play the Electrode too much, eventually your eyes begin hurting. I know from personal experience, it's just too much flashing lights. Too much flashing, annoying flashing lights. See those lightnings that I just saw from the what's its name, from the Stormbringer, they are not as annoying as the ones from Chaotic Strikes or from the Shocking Force or from Walkaway Storm. or from lightning strike for that matter as well. Invent a fireboarding, okay. But is it 60 seconds? Can you tell me the cooldown of the battery skill, of the skill that you get from the hatch? Is it 60 seconds or not? Because if it's 60 seconds, that's pretty decent. That means you can get it down to 30 seconds if the frost wall reduces its cooldown. 60 seconds, yeah, as I expected. Perfect. That's a very good cooldown, knowing you can get it down to 30 seconds with frost wall if it works. If you have frost wall, test if it reduces the cooldown. If you can, I would appreciate the info, because I've never gotten it and I can't test it myself until I get it. And frost wall right now is a little bit broken. It doesn't reduce the cooldown of everything. Certain things still haven't been added to the list of things it can reduce the cooldown of. But it's much better than on the test server. On the test server there were much less things that it worked on. Once you take it, you can have more or less perma boot seekers if there is a good mob density. Well, I can now have more or less perma boot seekers, but yeah, it's definitely nice. For those 60 seconds or 30 or 45, you definitely would be able to regenerate the skill and then trigger it again if you want a boot seekers build. But it's more useful not to boot seekers builds, but rather the builds that are it's more useful to builds like drain and things like this. And that's where it becomes useful to relic dumping builds. Mayhem builds, as I like to call them. Egg of Mayhem, Spinning Blade, or Egg of Mayhem, Venomous Maw, or Chaotic Strikes, or Sword Smash. For those builds, it's a must-have item, even not useful, but I would say must-have either equipped or in the legendarium, and ideally in the legendarium, so you can have the other sets 3 pieces. Drat Snack Band. You're thinking of respecing to Drain, yeah? It's gonna be fun. Well, for Drain, yeah, it would work. But it's not a Mayhem build, but it's definitely nice, and I definitely would do a Drain setup later. When I'm done with this build video tomorrow, I'm gonna change this one to Drain and then do a build video for Drain. But the build video for Drain I'm probably gonna do after the holidays, after my giveaways. So after the holidays I will be going back to the Forge. During the holidays I will be playing all sorts of heroes, not just the Forged. Making builds, experimenting on stream, things like that. This was a good map, 3 legendaries in one map. If you go for drain, then check the what's it called?
Your pet has returned.
The Liu Genro. The Liu Genro is definitely nice with drain or with spinning blade. You can try and swat it in the legendarium or equip it if you have room for it. But check if the frost wall reduces the cooldown. If you can, please. The cooldown of your battery skill, whatever it's called, of the hatch skill, the ancient ember hatch skill. If frost wall reduces the cooldown by those 25 or 50% accordingly. But yeah, there's a lot of fun builds you can do now with the addition of those 2 new sets and with the addition of this Arctic Armaments set. That's why every single one of my older builds needs a revisit and rework, and a 2.0 version or 3.0 version depending. Oh, my game crashed. My game just crashed and my browser also almost crashed. Let me just quickly restart. That was a weird crash. I didn't get the Unreal Engine crash reporting thing. I got some strange weird message which I didn't remember what it said. It's as if I ran out of resources, but I didn't. Okay, let me just check. I'm gonna load it up. That's my heroes here. Have the devs made any changes to Cold Hard Relic since launch to make it stronger? Not to make it stronger. Adam, not to make it stronger, unfortunately. So it's still the same in regards to how strong it is. It's still something I wouldn't recommend. I'm just shutting down some processes such as my Adobe IPC broker and things like that. Not sure if that has anything to do with my crashes, but I haven't crashed in a long time with this game. Okay. That should be fine now. Let's go back to the fort. And you're welcome, Grizzly, and welcome back. Awesome Stack Overflow crash. Nice. If you get it this side of the century, okay.
Greetings, insignificant one.
Some things definitely take a long time to get.
You say that now. That makes me strangely hungry. You say that now. Sweet. I just finished tightening up the graphics on that level.
There was one Gearwalkie map, but do I really want to do Gearwalkie? This one? Let's do it.
Let's get hacking.
Dark Wild says Torchlight 3 is on sale for 16 euro OMG insta buy. Really? How many percent off is that? Is that 50% off right now? Let me check on my end. Not sure if that's for everyone or just for some countries, but maybe it is. Let's go store. Torchlight 3. 16.99 euro on my region as well. So that's probably $16.99. It's 50% off. Torchlight 3 50% off. Yeah. That's pretty nice to know that it's 50% off. Hopefully some people love it and enjoy it with this Christmas price. I actually might, should I make a video about it? That Torchlight 3 is on sale. And welcome to my channel. I think for this price it is definitely worth it. The game for this price is worth the money. I mean, it's not a $60 title, and it's not a $40 title right now with the Whack of Endgame activities, but $16, €16, and you can get enough fun for that. I mean, just going to the movies costs what, €8, €7, whatever. In my country at least, I think that's how much a ticket costs. And if it's IMAX, I think it's actually €10 or so, depending on the movie, I guess. And that's like 2-3 hours of entertainment based on the movie and the length. So you're gonna get a lot more entertainment with Torchlight 3, especially if you start checking outs and builds and changing your builds and changing your classes and subclasses. You can have hundreds of hours of entertainment if you don't stick to the same hero. If you stick to the same hero, you can still have a lot of time of entertainment and you can still enjoy it. It's just gonna get boring very quickly if you do the same boring end game on the same hero with the same skills without changing the build. But even on the same class and subclass, you can have so many different builds with different items, with focusing more on one skill tree or more on the other skill tree or more on the relic skill tree. I think for $16.99 it's an amazing price for this game. So that's pretty nice to hear. So I agree with Dark Wild. Terry, the chat you have missed over the last 35 minutes is that Torchlight 3 is on sale right now on Steam. 50% off. Not sure about the other platforms, but on Steam it's on sale. And that's very good news for many out there who thought the full price is not what they are willing to pay. Maybe 50% of the price would be worth it for them. It's definitely good. The winter sale. So hopefully there's a lot of new players giving it a chance. Me as a content creator can only hope that there's more people playing the game. Definitely good for me. And good for the community, because more people playing the game, maybe more people would be looking for people to team up with. I mean, I don't use the global chat, but maybe there's people using it to find parties. Although it's probably better to find parties on Discord, on the Discord server, rather than on global chat. But not everyone uses Discord as well. But there's a lot of people using it, the official /play Torchlight Discord. Okay, there we go. Anything worth saving? So let's see what's happening now. It's 8:49 p.m. We've got some time left until 10:30. I might go grab myself a cookie again from the kitchen if there's some left over. So maybe I can do that. Maybe I can just start a map, not enter it, do like 60 seconds break or so to run to the kitchen. When there's so much sweets around this season, I do have a sweet tooth. I do have a sweet tooth, and thankfully for now at least I don't have to worry about my weight. So yeah, I'm gonna start them up quickly and then take like 60 seconds break to go get a cookie or something. I'm just looking for a Gearwalkie map.
I mean, what could go wrong? I could do that.
Seriously, no Gearwalkie maps for 15 stages? Oh, Gearwalkie. Oh, and dividing. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna run the BRB screen. There we go. There we go. So let's do this. Dividing Gearwalkie. I love those types of maps. Just drinking a little bit of tea while it's loading. Okay, there we go. Breathwaben says, have they fixed so say ridiculous players can group with normal players? You can always group up, you just need to switch to the same difficulty. So let's say a ridiculous player wants to team up with a normal player. Well, the normal player needs to go to ridiculous. Otherwise, the ridiculous player needs to go to normal. And if it's someone who wants to keep their batch, they would have to stay on ridiculous. See, I'm playing on ridiculous even though the lowest difficulty I've played is normal. And I can group up with anyone as long as they're currently on ridiculous. Or I can go down to normal. But if someone doesn't want to switch over from ridiculous to a lower difficulty, the other player would have to go to the higher difficulty. And that's the only thing. You can always group up with other people regardless of what their lowest difficulty plate is. as long as you're on the same difficulty at the current point in time in the game. So there is no bug or problem, that's just intended behavior to prevent people from having a different difficulty in the same team. Because the monsters needs to be the same difficulty. It doesn't do it like Borderlands, where one player is level 50, the other one is level 20, and each player is seeing enemies of their own level. It doesn't have such dynamic scaling. But yeah, as long as you're on the same difficulty, you can group up. It doesn't matter what's your lowest difficulty plate. It matters what's your currently set difficulty. Oh, look at the quest drops. Wow, so many. I'm probably gonna complete this map until the end. Maybe I'm not gonna pick up the crude Fagon at the end. Because it's dividing gear Waki, which means a lot of potential chances of gear to drop in this map. So I'm probably gonna clear it completely of monsters instead of rushing to the boss fight. So yeah, let's not pick up those purple drops until I've cleared everything. So I don't accidentally open the portal too far and then have to go back to it. Which way is the dead end? Is this the dead end or is the other way the dead end? Oh, look at those. I think this one here might be the dead end. Or maybe neither. Oh no, no. I see it, I see it. This is definitely the dead end. Let's group them up. Okay, now let's move. So yeah, I wonder how much more is left of the map. I really want to clear them out completely on this map. See if I can get a drop. Give me that Winter Weave, or maybe the Mountain King helmet would be more suitable. Oh, the Winter Weave Gauntlet's definitely a nice drop, especially for that survivability. Winter Weave Gauntlets on a Cold Heart build would be pretty fun with the Novas. With the Frost Novas. zero them up. Nice. That dividing is such a fine modifier. What's happening? Why could I do so many servo driven without a cooldown? I think there's a book where the cooldown of servo driven disappears. The same way there was a book where the cooldown starts becoming super high. And I think it shows me 4 seconds cooldown, but the cooldown does seem to maybe actually get reduced by fracking strike. And instead of 4 seconds, I think it's 3.6 as it should be. Oh no, it started from higher than 3.6. Never mind then. I saw it at least 3.7. It's just wagging before it shows the numbers. By the time it shows the numbers, it has already been cast. Shit, it spawned the Porto. I didn't want to spawn the Porto this early. I forgot and started collecting quest drops. Let's put the pet to sell. Can I get a massive AoE group here? Let's see, like this, that should be pretty nice. If I can group up the shaman close to those. The amount of goblins we killed here. Goblin Slayer Sama would be pretty proud of the amount of goblins we are slaying in this game. I wonder what happened to the second season of Goblin Slayer, if it's still in work. Darkwield is following. Thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Welcome to the Struck Club to you. What's my opinion on Fire Disc Mage build? It's pretty fun. I love it, especially with Blazing Pure. I love Blazing Pure Disc Mage builds. I've got a few of those you could try and check. But yeah, it's fun. Pyromancer's kind of playstyle. And there's definitely new items. When I made my Pyromancer build, some items in the game didn't exist. And right now you can have even more powerful build if you utilize those items, like the Ancient Ember boots and like the Liu General focus item. That would give you with Blazing Pure very fun setup and very strong setup as well. With Disc Mage it's important to keep in mind two passives. The two passives that give you 50% duration to harmonic form buff, which are tier 2 energy spike and tier 2 light spear. Even if you don't use them as active skills, you do need those on any disc mage build if you want to squeeze more damage and more DPS out of the build. Then you would want to squeeze that extra duration to harmonic form, and I wouldn't think of making a disc mage build without tier 2 light spear and tier 2 energy spike. Again, even if you just use them as passive and not as active skills, you would want their tier 2 passive bonuses on any build. Also, the mana regeneration from tier 2 what's its name? Tier 2 Shadow Step. From tier 2 Shadow Step, I also always take this in my setups for mana regen. So it doesn't matter whether you're going Holy Bolt, Unholy Bolt, Entropy, Absolver, Holy Fury, whatever skill you use for damage, Energy Spike. I always take Energy Spike tier 2, Light Spear tier 2 and tier 2 Shadow Step. And most of the times I would also take tier 2 Dark Spears, because I like that extra cooldown, especially now that they made it to not only affect Disc Mage skills, but also affect other skills cooldowns, which I'm assuming probably would apply to the barrier skills, to the defensive skills of each relic, to make them from 20 to 18 second cooldown. Alright, this map has finally been cleared. Let's go into the portal. Didn't get a drop from clearing the map, but maybe the boss will drop something. Where did it go? Inventory full again. I've already got this one as a skin. Oh, Ancient Ember Gauntlets, gloves. Chance to cast Spinning Blade for free on hit. Not bad. That map was worth it if I got this item. So now I need to find some room in my storage for some items. And thanks very much. I didn't have this item until now, so it's a new unlock. I can experiment with some builds with those gauntlets later. Auto casting. Now this is the thing I wanna experiment with now. I'm quickly gonna check if auto casting would benefit from the Egg of Mayhem. So I'm gonna do some weird changes quickly gonna put Egg of Mayhem here. And then I'm gonna quickly just change for a moment. I'm gonna return the helmet, but I'm gonna put the new gauntlets here. And I'm wondering if the autocast would autocast the Egg of Mayhem. Oh, actually I don't need to remove this. I equipped it, so that's fine. Let's go back to the helmet I had. So now the question is it gonna autocast more than Spinning Blade? I'm gonna change it in just a moment. There's only 2% chance, so it's a very low chance. Maybe it's broken. I'm not seeing it triggering. Not one bit. It should have triggered by now. I mean, yeah, I know it's a 2% chance, and 2% is a ridiculously bad chance. But it should have triggered by now. I've hit so many times. I think it's broken. I should have seen it triggering. Yeah, it's just broken. Straight up broken. See, if I had that item 2 months ago, I could have reported it as broken 2 months ago. But I didn't have access to this item 2 months ago. Because I couldn't get it as a drop until now. This existed since 2 months ago, since the Gear and Goblins patch. Well, not 2 months ago, month and a half ago. If I had it with the Gear and Goblins patch, if it dropped for me, I could have reported it as broken. Now I have to report it later after my stream. I'm wondering if anyone even reported it. Let me quickly check if someone reported this as broken. On notes.
Your pet has arrived.
Just a moment. NOLT Torchlight 3 note. Let's look it up. I'm actually gonna share my screen if you wanna see how I'm looking up the patch. So search ancient Wait, someone said that Ancient Ember Gloves works on Forged only, not on Realm Master or Sharpshooter. Ancient Ember Gloves, I think it's not a matter of quas, I think it's a matter of relic, maybe. Interesting. I think there's something at work there. Maybe it's the relic that causes the bug. This was a very old report, right? Let me check again. Ancient. This one is from 2 months ago. Yeah, from when it got first added. So Marvin, haven't seen him in a while. Marvin reported it. I'm gonna have to report it that it doesn't work on the forged blood drinker. I haven't tested on others. I will do some testing later on other heroes. Maybe it works only when it's in the legendarium. So I'm gonna do one more test now. And that would be to unequip it and to put it in the legendarium. We gotta test as much as we can. I'm not seeing it trigger. Breath Waben says, have played now for an hour at least and I have not seen it equipped, but I run the same build. You mean you haven't seen it proc, but you have it equipped? Okay, then it's broken. Well, it's good to know when things like those are broken, so I can report them later. And hopefully, after the holidays, it can get fixed. Because I've got some interesting ideas about builds with this. Proc monster builds, electrode proc monster builds would be pretty nice to auto-cast without investing. Wait, just a moment. I think I need to have a point into it. I think it won't cast it for free unless you have a point into it. Maybe that's why it doesn't work. Maybe it doesn't auto-cast if you have 0 points. So let's get at least 1 point, test it then. I'm gonna remove a point from here. I mean, it would have been cool if you didn't need a point into it. Doesn't seem to be triggering. No, it's not triggering. Definitely not triggering. Let's go respec again. Well, it was good trying. I mean, I like doing this type of science where I'm testing some things every now and then. Level 33, Liu General. Just trying to get rid of some items I don't need. I'm gonna have to do an arrangement wipe of some of my items in the storage and just put them in quest storage. If they're quest specific items, put them in wardrobes. Arrange them by level for when leveling out, things like that. But I don't have the time and patience to do it now. Definitely not gonna do that on stream. Let's do this. So at least I tested. I tested if those gauntlets work. Not sure if it's the blood drinker that's breaking it, if it's the forged that's breaking it. I tested having it equipped. I tested having it in the legendarium and tested having it equipped with 1 point into the skill. I didn't test having it in the legendarium with 1 point into the skill. And I didn't test without the Egg of Mayhem equipped in the legendarium. Maybe the Egg of Mayhem is breaking it. So I'm gonna do some more testing later on. For now, let's assume it's broken until further testing confirms it. For sure. if someone has gotten it to work on any class or subclass, do share the info. Recently, I'm talking about after this patch. Am I gonna fail this quest due to insufficient ancient cache spawns again? Last time I couldn't collect the amount of ancient cache drops. There's one there. Yeah, this map normally it's best to just leave it. If you enter that map and you see quest drops, it's probably better for your time to just do a different map and exit this. Unless you just wanna clear the map without the boss, then you can do it. You can clear the map, not do the boss.
Cast that spell here. You can't use that skill. You can't do that. That spell.
Okay, there's one ancient cache here. Or two. Two of them. Okay, nice. This time I got two when completing half of the map. So maybe I can complete it this time. Maybe this time I would get lucky with the drops. I mean, the last 3 times I've done this map I couldn't complete it. It's about time to be able to do it at least once. And to get all the quest items. This one doesn't count because it was a dwarven chest, so it's not a cache. This one is also dwarven tool chest. Could this be the lucky one? No. Could this be the lucky one? No. Well, we're out of options. There's I think only 2-3 left on the whole map, so hopefully one of those is the lucky one. How many are here? 1. No drop. And this one is dwarven tool chest. Could this be lucky? No. This one? No. This one is the dwarven chest. Well, just a few more are left to test. I mean, if we don't get lucky, we don't. No quest drop here either. It's like it somehow stops dropping after you reach 2 out of 3. I don't think I've seen this quest completed ever since this patch started. Let's check if there's any here. No.
You can't cast that here.
Oh, we're checking the middle now. if there's any in the middle. Sometimes there's 1, 2, 3 in the middle to click on. One here. No work. The first two we got pretty quickly. And after the second one, somehow it just glitches.
You can't cast that spell here.
Okay, let's do this. Kind of boring that I have to do this, but yeah. It's out of my control, this thing. I'm pretty sure I checked every single ancient cache chest in the map. So yeah, you see this map, you run away from it and start a different one. If it's the quest with the cache or anything else, that's a quest drop. If it's Q enemies, probably you won't have a problem.
I know what you're here for. If you think you can take it.
I'm not sure which one I was doing,
Think they made a cutscene for
but
that one?
let's check. That Berserking Gearwork is probably what I'm gonna do.
So decisive. It's a fine time to die.
Shackled and Angered Ancestors combo. Yeah, but at least I might be able to complete the map. Unless it's this same map with the Shackled and Angered. The Shackles is just boring. It forces you into rebinding a skill SWAT with a different skill, and that's all it does every 3 minutes or so. Whereas, yeah, the Angered Ancestors is pretty much another boring map affix, which can be changed very easily. They can very easily change it to just randomly spawn skeletons that don't give you XP or spirits that don't give you XP every 30 seconds, let's say, around you in an ambush. You still have to kill them and deal with the Angered Ancestors, but you don't get XP from them. And it's not bad. It's not bad to have something like that. In fact, I might like it every now and then. Come on. Come on, come on. Okay, what's here? Purpose. See, quests like those I like. Kill Netherrim. Simple, straightforward. You go in, you kill a bunch of baddies, and then you're done with the quest and you can move on to the boss fight. If only all quests were like this. Yeah, it might have been boring, but at least they would have worked. But I think that one map I was doing just needs more density of enemies, and maybe they need to remove that whole cache thing from the quest, so that you don't have to rely on certain chests to get the wood, or maybe just one cache needed to be all you need for the quest. I like how they've changed the quest system with that portal appearing once you've done the quest and not having to go to the end of the map. But they still need to tweak some of the values of things that you need to loot, of things that you need to kill, and things like those. There are still bosses that don't spawn in certain maps, mostly in a specific Act 3 map. With that circular hole in the middle of the map, in the boss arena. That Act 3 design, I think it's the boat town design or whatever. The Vultura village design. I think this map sometimes would have a boss that doesn't spawn. Even though they removed Gunderi. Even though without Gunderi, obviously you're not gonna encounter many bosses that don't spawn. I did encounter one in that one map. One only, so not many, but I haven't done that map much. Maybe there's more than just one. Alright, we've got another hour left. Hopefully we can get some good wood in that 1 hour. And tomorrow probably my stream would be a little bit later, because I need to make a build video, and I also need to make a trailer, a teaser for it. So yeah, that normally takes a while. Because when I make the build video, I also write a text version on my website, and I also make that teaser. And I also Photoshop some stuff like thumbnails. But in the evening tomorrow I should be streaming Torchlight 3. And this build video for that setup should be coming tomorrow on my YouTube channel and on my website as a text version. Let's do a little push maybe. But if I do a push, I'm probably gonna need a stronger weapon. Just one map. Come on, load up. them up nicely, nicely, like this. Boom, boom.
Cast that here.
This knockback bugs out my my uppercuts. Alright, let's move.
Can't do that here.
Here it says wrecked near 200 now and 98 pushing with that similar build you, so it works. Okay, that's pretty nice, good to know. Obviously you're upgrading your items as you go and as you get stronger ones in the Fuzzier. I mean with the current power creep every build would work. Honestly, even the shittiest build would work as long as you constantly upgrade your items with stronger ones from the Fuzzier. So right now you don't even need a super optimized synergized build, as long as you keep getting that overpowered power creep gear. And that's how overpowered it is. The gear you can get from the Fuzzier with those extra sockets. Just the extra sockets alone make it super decent, and let alone that extra damage you can get or defense you can get from the stats. And that's even without wife binding blue items. Of course, if you wife bound blue items, then you get so much more stats that it's just silly. Only wife bind my weapons. I mean, I've had cases where I would experiment wife binding some armor and things, and obviously it would give you a ton of defense, but that's only going to be worth it if you're going full blue or 3 blue, and you wanna get the most benefit out of all those 3 items by wife binding all of them. I still prefer wearing legendary, because legendary gets 20% more stats than blue. So legendary is equal to a wife bound blue right now. But you don't lose it when you die. The problem is it's very hard to get good road legendary. Extremely hard to get a good road legendary. I think it's gonna be almost impossible to get a legendary weapon with two physical two flat damage drops, let alone with 3. If you get 2 flat damage drops on a legendary weapon, rolls I mean, and then get another crit chance or crit damage, then you've hit the jackpot probably. Then you just add some damage on the sockets, which is much easier because you can reroll constantly. Come on. Knockback really works well with steam powered uppercut if you're using the servo blade, because it can push the enemy behind and you can end up hitting it one more time with those cascading things. Anything that's cascading, like energy spike, or anything that has multiple hits as it keeps rotating and doing, such as entropy or Scout's Bones when it's modified with the infectious shooter, definitely works well with with knockback. Just not too much knockback, so you don't end up knocking it too far away. But 15, 20, 30% knockback chance maybe should work well. Maybe 30 might be a bit too much. Maybe 20, 25% max. Okay, back to the lower stages.
Your pet has returned.
No point to use the stronger weapon for the lower level stuff. I mean, it's gonna make things faster, but if I die, I'm gonna lose it, so... Not expecting to die, but you never know. Never know what's gonna happen.
Honestly, I think you could do better. Oh, ho, ho, ho. What will it be? If you think you can take it.
Gearwalkie, let's get to farming. Load up. There we go. Alright, let's keep moving. I wanna group up more. Alright. Pretty quick going this map, already at 51% clear. Which contract should a new player have active? I think you should get everyone to 40% to level 40, so you can unlock the one-time rewards. I would start with the adventurer though. I would start with the adventurer and then move on to any of the other two, and then move on to the third one. But you can just do adventurer only if you want to. until you feel like you need the other stuff. But there's a lot of good stuff you can unlock, such as extra storage space designs, extra gear bundles, things like that, materials, whatever. So do Adventurer up to level 40, switch to another one, do it to level 40, switch to another one, do it to level 40, is how I would do it myself. Keep in mind the progress remains, so whenever you switch between one and the other, all your progress keeps it gets saved, so you can always return back to a different contract and continue where you left off. Obviously right now you might want to do the winter contract before it expires. So since we have a time limited contract and it takes 1000 instead of 333 per level, maybe just stick to the winter contract for now, just to make sure you do it before it expires. I think it won't expire until February, maybe, whenever the next big update is. My guess is it would be around February when we get the next big update, when this one maybe gets changed to another contract. Maybe there's gonna be another Valentine's themed contract, maybe not. Time will tell. So I do think we have time before this one expires, but and it's probably doable in a few hours of farming. I think the best place to farm fame for contracts is on Ridiculous, on Infamous Uniques maps. If you see on the Fazir dungeon a map with the Infamous and Unique modifier, and you're on Ridiculous, then that's gonna give you a lot of fame. If you don't want to farm fame while leveling up, then just use whatever contract, and then when you reach level 60, switch to Ridiculous and start farming Fazir Infamous Unique maps, or Infamous or Uniques. I personally prefer selecting Uniques over Infamous, but it's always best to get the two of them on the same card, on the same map. Uniques makes every single champion being unique in the game, which is the one that gives the most fame. And Infamous makes every single monster give you double the fame when you kill it. A unique enemy gives you 3 times the fame of a purple enemy. So green enemy 3 times the fame of a purple. So I prefer every enemy that's special to be green rather than the double fame. It's still I guess it still depends. If you get very lucky on an Infamous map with a lot of greens spawning, you might be able to get more fame than a Uniques map.
Doesn't sound so tough. A fine choice. Oh, that one. You're up to the challenge?
And save your legendary gear bundles. If you're getting legendary gear bundles from the contracts, I'm not sure if they still exist there, but if you do, save them and use them at level 60. Whereas the blue bundles you can farm easily at level 60, so you might as well just use those whenever you get them. But yeah, if there's one-time legendary gear bundles, use them at level 60 is my advice. Keep in mind they gave everyone a few days ago a legendary gear bundle, and there's probably gonna be a few more during the holidays that we get as presents. Those would be limited and probably would expire after a certain amount of time. So make sure to use them before they expire. I hope it says on the item when it expires. If it doesn't, you might have to read in Discord or other social media where they post when this expires. Okay, nice. Let's group up more. How many? 29% right now. Alright, there's a lot here. Let's make a big train. Choo choo, here comes the train of Netherlings. That shock ruined my plans of a combo. Ah, shit, they teleported in the last moment. Darkwood says, sorry for the question, but what should I aim as weapon for leveling Disc Mage? Fire. Well, anything that gives you the most damage. Ideally you would get very strong one-handed, so you can use a shield or a focus. Focus is good because if you have problems with mana, it can help you. If you have problems with mana, rush the tier 2 Shadow Step. If you have problems with the mana and if you don't want to use a focus item. If you want survivability, get a shield, otherwise a focus item might be a good choice. I don't think getting a two-hander would be worth it, but if you have a very good road two-hander and you're just not getting good one-handed, then just ignore that and just use the two-hander. As for skills, 1 point into Dark Spears is very good. I wouldn't go too heavily on the relic. On the relic, if you're using what? You're using fire. Sword Smash is very good for leveling, by the way. But Blazing Pure is probably even better. So maybe use 1 point in Sword Smash until you get Blazing Pure, then you can respec and start investing into Blazing Pure. But what you do need is, I think it's good to focus on making one skill urgently very strong. It could be Holy Bolt. In fact, I prefer leveling up with Holy Bolt. So maybe maxing out Holy Bolt as soon as you can and eventually maybe switching to a different skill. Then I would get tier 2 tier 2 Light Spear and tier 2 Energy Spike as soon as you can. Keeping Harmonic Form's duration as quick as possible is amazing. And whenever you find yourself having spare gold, try buying gauntlets. You need to get Celestial Gauntlets as soon as possible in the game on a Disc Mage. Celestial Gauntlets are one of the best items for mages to give you extra DPS during Harmonic Form. So try to get that one as soon as possible out there. So keep gambling for gauntlets. If you're wondering what to gamble your gold on, gauntlets is always a good thing. Obviously, whenever your items are low level and you need to replace them, For example, you have a low level helmet and your content is 10-20 levels higher, you might try and replace this one, and the same goes for any other item, but gauntlets are probably the most important from the celestial set for you. The boots are also very important, but not as important as the gauntlets. But the boots really would solve your mana problems to a big degree if you combine mana infused from the celestial boots with the passive from tier 2 shadow step. But stats for weapon go flat damage. Flat damage while leveling is much better. Well, not just while leveling, always is much better than stacking crit chance, crit damage. Chance to burn is not bad. I mean, if you can get flat damage and chance to burn, or 2 times flat damage, it's not bad. Or flat damage and crit chance, or flat damage and crit damage. Ideally, the more flat damage, the better it is for you when it comes to the weapon. And you can use Digitus, you can use Sword, you can use Mace. It doesn't really matter much, because most likely you're not going to be using basic attacks. Unless you're making a basic attack build with the Relic passive proc. So there are ways to do it, but I think for leveling up, you could either go Egg of Mayhem with Sword Smash, or you can just go Blazing Pure and level with that one. In general, I don't level up on Ridiculous, because it's taking unnecessarily long time to kill the bullet sponges. And I don't care about my badge. There's a visual representation of the lowest difficulty plate. And if you want to only play on Ridiculous, it's not gonna be as easy. But if you switch to normal, level up and then switch back to Ridiculous, that's how I do it. That's how I level up. You can see this one he's played on normal from the shield. Different shield here means different difficulty as the lowest difficulty plate. And people can see this next to your name when you group up with them. If you don't care about this like me, if you just would rather level on a more reasonable difficulty, then maybe go to hard or normal. Or painful, whatever you can handle reasonably quickly. Let's try and find another Gearwalkie map. Yeah, hard is pretty fine. Hard is not too difficult, it's not too bullet spongy. It's not too trivial either. Yeah, once you hit 60 and start optimizing your build, it definitely becomes easy on Ridiculous. To level up on it is kind of pointless unless you want that bragging rights EP thing. It's just a waste of time to level up on Ridiculous. That's what it is. I mean, it's good for a challenge if you wanna see if you can level up on Ridiculous to test yourself. Sure, do it. But it's not like it's difficult, it's time consuming. Let's say it's more time consuming, and maybe for your first leveling up, it might be okay to do something hard if you're the type of player who wants to push the limits. But when you've done a ton of playthroughs and you're just leveling the next out, you probably would want to level it up as fast as possible. That's why you would probably switch to normal or hard or painful instead of Ridiculous. I've definitely proven to myself that I can level up a hero on Ridiculous. I don't need to do it anymore, so I don't do it anymore. Wait, and you hear you would go easy and 60 ridiculous. The difference between easy, which is practice, and normal is I can't notice it. I really can't notice a difference in the difficulty. Darkwood says the game is very fun, not the best game ever made, but it's fun. Don't know why people bash it so hard, but because people will be fanboys. People would be disappointed because it's different than Torchlight 2 and they were expecting a copy-paste of Torchlight 2 with better graphics, which is super bullshit. To expect them to copy-paste everything that has been done in Diablo 2 or Torchlight 2. People just don't want new things, and they are used to playing the same mode, and they don't want the developers to experiment and to do things differently. I really love the skill system, and it's one of the best skill systems out there in regards to you still have to respect, you still have to spend some time farming to be able to respect and fix mistakes, but you have the option to fix your mistakes. It gives you respectacles, you can buy respectacles now with gold. And there's a lot of freedom when you're investing your skills. You don't need to level up skills that you don't want for your build. You only level up what you want. Not like Diablo 2 or Grim Dawn or Titan Quest or other games where you have to put points into one skill to unlock the one that comes next to it, after it. We did have such a system. During the alpha and beta they were changing things, and we did have a skill system where it was from up to down, and you had to put points into the skills here so you can unlock the skills here, so you can unlock the skills here, so you can unlock the skills here. Or a system where you needed to put in the relic, you needed to put 5 points into this or this to unlock this or this, although it was again differently designed back then. Or you needed to put 10 points in either of those to unlock those, or 15 points in either of those to unlock those, and so on. It was very restrictive, and people ended up putting points into things they didn't need. And I think many of the things they've done in this game are improvement compared to Diablo 2 or Torchlight 2. So I liked how Max Schaefer and his team, some of the people who worked on this game and work on this game have worked on Diablo 2 and Torchlight 1 and 2. Tyler Thompson, for example, the project lead of this game, he was the project lead of World of Destruction, for example. So I like how Max and him and their team are just experimenting, and they're not afraid to make bold changes, such as this change with the item. What's it called? Power creep. I'm not saying I like the power creep, this system where you get percent challenge bonus to the stats, but at least I appreciate that they're experimenting, trying to do something new, even after the game has launched. Something this big as a change. This is something that normally would be befitting alpha or beta, such a big massive change. And yeah, I don't like it, and I never will like it, but at least they're experimenting and doing something, trying to make people enjoy the boring Fazir's dungeon more, and to push people to grind further with this power creep. There's many ways where you can get power creep that doesn't connect it to items and to drops without adding imbalance. Where the power creep is contained within the specific dungeon and it doesn't carry over outside of it. So I would hope that they would fix it and remove it and rework it and make it different. But for now I'm using it. For now I'm gonna just use those items because I have no choice. I'm gonna be dropping items with extra stats on them. But it's definitely not the best game out there. But it's definitely not the worst game out there either. It's not a bad game. It's a decent game. Not amazing, but decent. And yeah, that's why people are hating it, because they're just expecting too much. They have unrealistic expectations of a game that just launched 2 months ago. People were hating the game when it was in early access and trash talking about why the game has problems with the servers during early access. When the game launched, it had no problems with the servers. No rubber banding, no lagging and anything like that. And I think the early access really helped them fix this, really helped them with sorting out performance problems with multiplayer, the rubber banding, the disconnects and all of that. So early access is for that. Early access is for flattening out those bugs, those glitches, those connectivity problems, things with the netcode that go wrong. But there were people who just gave the game bad reviews during early access even, and that's one of the main things that's bringing the review score of this game this low. If you see most of the bad reviews, probably 60% of the bad reviews are probably during early access, before the game even launched. I don't know the exact numbers, but maybe there's a statistic somewhere out there to see how many of the bad reviews were before the game launched. I think Steam needs to separate them. I think there needs to be two scores, early access score and then a new score for reviews done after the game launched. And the game needs to ask you to do a new review after the game launched. Your old review should be invalidated after the game launches and you have to make a new review. I think that would be much better for Steam Early Access. In fact, I think Steam Early Access shouldn't even allow people to review a game until they've spent like 20, 30, 40 hours in it. But we know that this system can be cheated, how many hours someone has spent. So even that's not something that would help people trolling and bombing reviews on purpose without even spending 2 hours in the game. But yeah, I'm not gonna say this is the best ARPG out there, but it's definitely my favorite ARPG out there in the current state of the market. After playing so much Grim Dawn, I just need something new and more from Grim Dawn. That's why I'm gonna wait for Grim Dawn 2. But probably Grim Dawn is the one I would recommend the most to people who want a game with a ton of content, to do a ton of builds, to explore a ton of everything and some more. Ah, shit. Where was the item I needed to get rid of? Shit. This one. So let's put this thing here maybe. Those I need to put in my storage. It's 7 minutes past 10. We've got like 23 more minutes until I go give my pet food and medicine and make myself a dinner. Yeah, now that the game is 50% off, you can get a lot of fun times in it for that price. Andre Rubus says, yo, we discussed sharpshooter electrode build yesterday. I've posted it in your builds on my builds room on Discord. Let me know what you think about it if you have time. Sure, after my dinner, later on I will check what you've posted. Let me check it out. In Torchlight 3 builds. Okay, I see it. Musketeer set +2 adventure, +2 localized storm duration. Do you have the +2 precision? Oh, you're not using precision skills. Interesting. So you're focusing on the electrode. 50 points electrode, 6 points Oh, they're in Onslaught. Okay, 6 points into Onslaught. Interesting. Yeah, that's a very interesting setup. I can share it right now, but 4 points Shasta, 1 point. Okay, yeah, that's good. You've got the stuff down. Do you have 10? Is it me or do you have 10 points into 1000 volt burst? If you have 10 points into 1000 volt burst, remove 4 points from there, and maybe put them into tight grouping. If you can get another 2 points, even better. It's a waste of points. Tier 3000 volt burst is pretty shitty. I would say rather put the points into Goose, sacrifice to Goose. That's where I would put the points. So keep 1000 volt burst as tier 2, because the tier 3 bonus got nerfed heavily and it's no longer as useful. And yeah, it's much better to put that into Goose, and Goose could help you do more damage. Or if you want more damage reduction, Curse of PP. You can try and use Curse of PP to make the enemies do less damage to you. But yeah, that's the only thing I probably would change. It seems like an interesting build if you're going for relic stuff. So you have 3 choices. One choice, sacrifice to Goose. Another choice would be putting those 4 levels into tight grouping, but you actually need 6 points because you only have +2. You only have +2 adventurer, right? If you have +2 levels to, if you have +2 points from the musketeer set to what's its name, to precision skills, then 4 points tight grouping is perfect. It would give you extra relic energy recharge rate and be very good for your setup if you're spamming chaotic strikes. I don't understand one thing though. You have level 10 chaotic strikes and level 10 Walkaway Storm. Why are you going for Walkaway Storm and chaotic strikes at level 10? I'm assuming Chaotic Strike is your main damage dealing spammy skill. Wouldn't it be better if you go tier 2 Walkaway Storm? Or do you use Walkaway Storm sometimes and sometimes Chaotic Strikes? Normally when I do use both skills, I don't max out Walkaway Storm. Because I only use Walkaway Storm at the beginning of my dumping, so I can buff up Chaotic Strikes to do 25% extra damage. So I hope this helps you kind of figure out a bit of tinkering that you can do. And make sure you get the boots. The Ancient Ember Boots. Ancient Ember Boots and Egg of Mayhem. Those, in my opinion, are must-have items for builds where you're using Chaotic Strikes and spamming it. It's just gonna be very good for your setup that way. And if the cooldowns go down, maybe Frostwoe Shield to make the Ancient Ember Boots skill recharge quicker. Not sure if it works because I need to get the boots to test it. But yeah, hopefully this is useful information to you. But definitely it's not worth it, tier 3 1000 volt burst, believe me. Before it was super strong because it could do 550 damage per second. Now it's okay. I mean, it's okay to use it on a build like yours because of the extra relic energy generation for a few seconds. It definitely is not bad to use it. Only if you don't focus on Walkaway Storm, only if you focus on Chaotic Strikes. But experiment with sacrifice to Goose to make the enemies take more damage, and to reduce the cooldown of your sharpshooter skills, such as the Scout's Bones. Scout's Bones from 8 seconds goes down to 7.2 seconds. So that's a big decrease of the cooldown. The Scout's Bones change. But if you like the way your build works, just don't change it. If you like it the way it is, if you think it's fine. I'm just giving you some suggestions how you might modify it. Is it hard to get legendaries for Transmog? Well, I mean, it's not that hard to get legendaries. It's hard to get specific legendaries, because the RNG is tilted towards certain legendaries, mostly tilted towards your quest legendaries right now. Right now you have a higher chance to get quest specific items as legendaries compared to the non-quest specific. But it's not that hard to get legendary gear, especially if you have some gear work and you're doing gear worky maps with dividing, or gear worky maps with uniques. Eventually things drop. Let's check over here. Oh, and another thing I noticed, you didn't have in your build revolt. I think you would really love having revolt on your build when you consider the fact that revolt resets the cooldown of Scout's Bones. In fact, revolt tier 3, if you're using the infectious shooter and Scout's Bones, revolt tier 3 is a must-have in my opinion. If not tier 3, at least tier 1 revolt, or 1 point into revolt if you don't wanna spam. But think of it this way, with revolt tier 3 you can do Scout's Bones, revolt, do Scout's Bones, revolt, do Scout's Bones. You can do 3 times of Scout's Bones in a matter of seconds, which basically is shit tons of lightning strike procs from the poison projectiles of Scout's Bones with the infectious shooter. So you really need to consider that that combo. It was broken before, but now it's fixed and now it really does work, and it is amazing. Tier 3 revolt with Scout's Bones, tier 3 and the infectious shooter pistol in the legendary or equipped. That combined with lightning strike tier 5. Level 5, it has no tiers, and with some chance to shock either on your gear or from the passive. It's gonna be a lot of lightning strikes, which means a lot of DPS. I've been waiting for them to fix this revolt bug that it has been broken for 6 months, and finally they fixed it in December after it exists since June, since early access. So I'm happy that I finally see revolt working for all skills. I haven't tested if it works for all, but at least it works for Scout's Bones now, which it didn't used to before. Before it used to work for Shasta and for the Goblin, but not for the other adventurer skills. Now it should work for every other adventurer skill, if the patch notes are correct. I didn't test every other, but I tested Goose and I tested Scout's Bones, and it did reset their cooldowns. Double HP enemy, no longer it took so long to kill it.
Your pack is full.
But yeah, sharpshooter electrode, it's such a fun class, and there's so many fun combos to do there. And he's doing an interesting build where he's not using precision skills at all. He's just doing relic and adventurer, and he only had points into onslaught for the relic skills damage. But revolt, I think it's nice, even if it's just 1 point, so you can do two scouts bones in a row.
Another day, another dungeon.
Okay, what's the time? 10:20. I'm probably gonna do one more map, because yeah, in 10 minutes I need to give my pet medicine and food.
Again? Oh, that's interesting.
Dividing Girwaki, very good map for the final of the day. Come on, load up. Let's group up some more. There we go. Get those here as well. So yeah, tomorrow this is coming as a build video. I don't have the items I need. Couldn't get everything, but that's how it is. RNG doesn't really like me in games like those most of the time. So I can't spend more than 7 days trying to level up and farm a certain hero when there's so many other builds I want to make and revisit and update alongside new ones to test. So I gave it 7 days. I couldn't gear it up completely. Probably geared up like to 50% or 40% of the items I needed to get with the stats I wanted. So I'm gonna have to improvise and mention the better items I wanted. Come on, come on. And maybe guys you're gonna notice you're dropping more legendaries while leveling up. Because yeah, Dark Wild asked if it's hard to get legendaries for transmogs. Probably the majority of the legendaries for transmogs you get would be while leveling up. After that you still get some. You don't get as much, at least I've noticed that. While I'm leveling I'm getting much more legendaries per hour than while farming with more gear work at the end game on ridiculous and I level up on normal, so there's that to consider too. But keep in mind the gear work caps at 100. And just by playing on ridiculous you're getting 20%, and then being in a map with gear worky, that brings you to 70. And then you just need 30 more from items to be able to max it out. So it could be like this 20% I get here, or it could be from another item that gives you some gear work, or it could be just gear work as a stat on an item rolled up, rolled on the one of the affix slots. If you play with another player with you, both of you get another 15% just by being in the same dungeon. And if you donate to the tree of work of some other player, you get up to 16-20% based on the item you're donating. Also, max level tree of work gives you 5%. Each level of your tree of work gives you 1% gear work. So level 1 1%, level 5 5% gear work. So it's very easy to overcap it, to reach 100% and even have more, which won't do much after 100. My pet is fighting something. But yeah, that's going to be it for tonight. Thanks everyone for tuning on Twitch and on YouTube. So yeah, thanks for watching, and expect the build tomorrow. My stream will be a little bit later tomorrow, so keep it cool. Until next time, and goodbye from me.